Tweet us at the Boot Boys. Celebrate your birthday at the ballpark with a Bluefish birthday party. Our parties are the perfect place for your kids to enjoy their day, while the Bluefish do all the work. For more information, visit BridgeportBluefish.com. Check out the Boar's Head picnic area with the Lane Pool Hot Tub. Go to Lane Pools in Norwalk for all of your swimming pool and hot tub needs. Lane Pools build swimming pools and relationships. Remember, fans, to be alert at all times for balls and bats that may leave the field of play. The St. Vincent's First Aid Station is located on the concourse down the left field line next to the guest services booth. Please alert the nearest Bluefish staff member for assistance. Remember, fans, the ballpark at Harbor Yard is a smoke-free facility. Please be courteous to those around you, and we thank you for your cooperation. Fans must not interfere in any way with the action on the field. Fans must also refrain from throwing objects onto the field. Violators are subject to ejection, fine, and prosecution. Also remember that Bluefish baseball is a family event. Any fans displaying foul language or objectionable behavior will be ejected from the ballpark. The Bluefish staff is here to serve you, our guests. If you need assistance at any time during your visit to the ballpark, please alert the nearest Bluefish staff member. Thank you and enjoy the game. Hey Bluefish fans, we've got a new segment before each game called Fish Tales. It's a statistical analysis of the Bluefish. In the last 3 games, the Bluefish have outscored their opponents 39-2 and put up a total of 50 hits. In addition, catcher Ryan Babineau is currently leading the Atlantic League in batting average with a .469 average. And pitcher Mike Anthony is leading the league in strikeouts with 17. Wellington Dotel and Nick Van Stratton also pace the league. Once batted in with 9 apiece. And that is your Fish Tales.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Justin Davies at the plate, the winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on, bouncing ball left side, off the mitt, up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one quack away from the championship.
Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Lions bunts up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play, and the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch. And for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
Live from the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut, it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. Tonight, the Ferry Cup Series continues here in 2015 with the finale of a three-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Pollack. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all of tonight's action as the Ducks look to salvage the final game of this three-game series between the Cross-Sound rivals separated by the Long Island Sound. The Ducks from Central Islip, New York, the Bluefish from Bridgeport, Connecticut, and it's been all Bluefish so far in this series. A 10-2 win here on Tuesday night, followed by a 9-0 shutout of the Ducks here last night. And so Long Island looking for both offense and pitching here tonight, and the final game of this series. Last night, John Brownell was on the mound for the Ducks. Usually a good thing for Long Island, especially after the bullpen had to use 5 relievers the day before. But John Brownell did not have his best stuff last night. The Bluefish continued their hot hitting, as John Brownell was hit up for 10 runs, 6 runs, 5 of them earned on 10 hits in 5 innings of work last night. And the Bluefish won at 9-0, scoring consistently throughout the game. In fact, they had a run in every inning except 2. They took a 3-0 lead in the second inning. 2 walks opened the inning, and 2 batters later, Luis Antonio Rodriguez, an RBI single to right, bladed John Alonso to make it 1-0. Ildemaro Vargas then grounded into a 4-6-3 double play that produced a run and made it 2-0. And then Nick Van Stratton on a ground ball to third. It was thrown offline by Cody Puckett, so another run scoring on the error. And it was 3-0 Bridgeport after 2. In the bottom half of the third inning with 1 out, Andres Rodriguez singled to center, and John Alonso followed with a 2-run home run to left. That made it 5-0 Bridgeport after 3. 2 innings later in the 5th inning, back-to-back doubles from Alonso and Wellington Dotel to open the inning produced a run and make it 6-0. In the 6th inning, Matt Soren came out of the bullpen for Long Island, allowed a leadoff walk, a ground out, a pass ball, and a sac fly. So the unearned run made it 7-0. In the 7th, it was Frank DiGiulio Jr. who came in to pitch, allowed a leadoff double to John Alonso, and after a flyout, an RBI infield single from Ryan Babineau made it an 8-0 game. Patrick Kreider came on to pitch the 8th inning, made an error on the leadoff ground ball by Sean Burrows, threw a wild pitch that moved him to second. A pass ball allowed him to go to third, and James Simmons with an RBI ground out to short, producing the final run of the game as the Bluefish with 9 runs, 13 hits yesterday win it 9-0 over the Ducks, who were held to just 4 hits and committed 2 errors in the ball game. John Brownell, his first loss of the year, dropped him to 2-1, while Mike Antonini, who was spectacular for Bridgeport yesterday, picked up the win to improve to 1-1. Antonini, 7 innings of 3 hits, shutout baseball, walked 1 and struck out 9, and he is now the Atlantic League leader in strikeouts this season. So the Ducks will try and rebound after the tough performance last night in all 3 facets of the game, offense, defense, and pitching. They'll try to put together a strong performance here tonight with Ian Marshall on the mound and take the final game of this 3-game series and move back to a game over 500. Ducks enter tonight 6-6. They're a game back in the Liberty division, and the Bluefish at 6-5 on the year are a half game back in the division standings. Take a break. When we come back, I'm joined by Ducks manager Kevin Baez to talk about the importance of tonight's game and about what the Ducks need to do to salvage the finale of this 3-game set.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Back here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard as we get set for tonight's game between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. I had the chance to sit with manager Kevin Baez before tonight's game to talk about what's been going wrong for the Ducks during their current three-game losing streak and what Long Island needs to do to take the final game of this three-game series before they head back home for a seven-game homestand. Kevin, final game of this three-game set here against Bridgeport. It's still very early in the season, but how much is tonight's game a must-win for you guys?
It's huge. I mean, you don't want to go into a losing streak, and right now, with Brownie, going yesterday and not winning, and we have Marshall tonight, so two of our better pitchers going. You got to win a couple of those games, and it's a big game tonight.
In the course of these last three games, if you had to pick one thing that was kind of at the forefront of why you guys haven't picked up the win, what would it be?
Well, one thing we talked about early in the year was our pitching, and our pitching was good and solid. We were keeping the ball down. We were getting ahead. And the last couple of days, not so much. Getting the ball up, falling behind guys, and you saw the end results. And these guys are swinging the bats now, and they're swinging with a lot of confidence. They're aggressive. So we just got to make them better quality down in the zone pitchers.
You talk about this Bridgeport lineup being so strong, 39 runs now over the last three games. What is it about their lineup that's making them hit so well?
Again, I mean, our pitchers haven't been really making pitches, but you give credit to them because they're swinging. They're in swing mode, but our pitchers have been up and we've fallen behind. And once you fall behind, hitters become better hitters. And right now they're swinging with a lot of confidence, and you could tell. And it's kind of trickling around through the lineup. So, we need to pitch better. We need to hit better. We need to feel better. Right now, we need to do all of the above. And right now, Bridgeport is doing all three of them.
You talk about they need to be better in all facets of the game. Do you get a sense that this is just kind of a small phase that the team's going through right now, an early bump in the road, or something that could be a sign of a bigger problem?
Well, you hope it's only a bump in the road, and you try to nip it in the bud as much as you can early. We went over, I meet with the team every day, and we go over things, and, no different today. Come out here with a little bit of attitude, a little bit more, just a sense of urgency, if you will, just more, dedicated to the game at hand. There's nothing we could do about the last couple of days. The most important game right now, I know it's a cliche, but the most important game is today, and trying to focus on today and good quality of bats. Talk about, offense striking out a little too much. We talked to them about that, better two-strike approach, putting the ball in play, stuff like that. Right now, we've just been, I preached in the beginning of spring training was, being aggressive, whether you're pitching, whether you're hitting and fielding. You play well when you do that. I know as an ex-player, so right now we're not doing that.
Do you get a sense at all, too, with this team, being that there's so many new guys here, seeing a lot of new pitchers, that it could be just adjusting to the learning curve of this league and the pitchers in this league?
Well, I'm sure that's, part of it, but ultimately, you got to execute. And right now, we're not hitting, and we got to we have to have better at-bats, and we have to do a better job pitching. Now, pitching, like I said earlier, was something that we did well in the beginning of the season. I know it's still early, but we need to do a better job on all facets of the game.
You talk about the pitching and Ian Marshall, and Marshall has been one of the bright spots in the rotation in the early going. 2 starts, has not allowed an earned run. What have you seen from him that's impressed you the most?
Well, same thing with Brownie going into yesterday's game. So he was commanding his fastball, he was aggressive, and then he was getting his off-speed pitches over. So he was doing everything, and he knows this league. He's been in this league a number of years, so he's a guy that, we're very happy, going out there tonight, for us.
When you signed him in the offseason, when you looked to get him, what about his repertoire and about his approach to the game made him so valuable?
I just, managing against him for a number of years, just the way he goes about his business. You see he's a professional out there. He doesn't get rattled. He's the same composure, but he's a competitor. And that's one thing I loved, and, just glad that he could be a part of our team right now.
Offensively, two guys who have kind of stood out of late, Brian Sabatello, who's reached base in 7 straight games, Ricci Corona, who has a hit in 5 consecutive games. Talk about those two players and how you are seeing them at the plate and how they're approaching the last week or so.
Yeah, well, Sab, we need him to go. He's our leadoff guy. He goes, we go. So we need him to get started, and he's doing a fine job so far. And Ricci's a nice surprise. He started to play when Davis got hurt, and he's been nothing but impressive so far. So. Right now I'm just riding the hot hand, and guys know that if you're playing well, you're going to play. If you're not going to play. So it's as simple as that.
Obviously, you don't want to look too far ahead, past this game. But this weekend, you guys welcoming in the defending champion Barnstormers for a 4-game series. How much are you looking forward to facing that team for the first time this year after they won the title a year ago?
Yeah, no, Lancasters, with Butch there, they always have a good competitive team, and again, we're concentrating on today's game, and we'll go over the Lancaster roster and everything like that tomorrow. But our focus right now is today's game.
All right, thanks so much, Kevin. Best of luck here tonight.
Thank you, Mike.
And that is Ducks manager Kevin Byers talking before today's game. We'll take a break. When we come back, closer look at the pitching matchup, the starting lineup, and the first pitch between the Ducks and the Bluefish.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bayshore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Third game of a 3-game set between the Ducks and the Bluefish. This is the first series of 27 games between these two teams this season. And here's the lineup the Ducks will send out against lefty Scott Main, who will make his 3rd start of the season for the Bridgeport Bluefish. Leading things off will be the right fielder Brian Sabatella. Prentice Redmond gets the start in center field, bats second. Hitting third, the designated hitter tonight is Lou Ford, and in the cleanup spot is the third baseman Cody Puckett. Batting fifth, playing first base, John Griffin. The catcher and 6th hitter is Jose Morales. Evan Crawford is back in left field and hitting 7th. Ricci Corona, the second baseman, hits 8th. And rounding out the order is the shortstop, Dan Lyons. That's the Ducks lineup tonight. Scott Maiden ready to go, and his first pitch is a fastball upstairs for ball 1 to Brian Sabatella. So we are underway at about 7:03 p.m. in Bridgeport, a couple minutes early, as a Metro North train rolls across the train tracks from right to left beyond the outfield wall. 1-0, and Sabatella takes a strike over the inside corner to even up the count. Clear skies. It has been an absolutely gorgeous day today in Bridgeport. The kind of day you want to spend outside doing something. Not hot, not cold, just a perfect temperature with low humidity. The 1-1. That zips inside and misses for ball 2. Looked like a 2-seamer from Maine, who stands in at 6'3", 225 pounds, 30 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. Here comes the 2-1, lefty pitcher versus the righty batter, and Sabatella takes low and inside for ball 3. Lights are on here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Wind very lightly blowing out towards the left field foul pole, but not too much wind to speak of. So Sabatella ahead 3-1 on Scott Main. Here's the pitch, and it is taken low for ball 4. So a good start for the Ducks as Scott Main walks the leadoff hitter Brian Sabatella. 8th walk drawn by the Ducks leadoff man this year. And it's our first Municipal Credit Union Walk with a Purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins.
The center fielder, number 28, Prentice Redmond.
So with one on and nobody out, here is Prentice Redmond to the plate. A few fans clapping for Redmond, the former member of the Bridgeport Bluefish, who spent parts of 5 seasons here as a member of Bridgeport. Sabatella leads at first. From the stretch, Maine deals, and Redmond takes way inside. And that is ball 1. Maine making his 3rd start of the year, 0-1 at this point with a 2.79 ERA. He has allowed 16 hits in 9 2/3 innings, but has struck out 14 batters while walking only 4. 1-0, and Redmond takes a strike over the outside corner, a breaking ball. That'll even the count at 1-1. Light crowd on hand here tonight. A couple fans still filing in, but definitely the smallest crowd of the 3-game set thus far from the eye test. Sabatella leads at first, and a throw over from Maine chases him back to the bag. Sabatella with 3 steals on the year in 5 attempts. Has good speed, led the American Association last year with 40 stolen bases. Has good speed, but he's got to keep it close, especially with the left-hander on the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch coming to Redmond. Maine looks to first, deals to the plate, and Redmond hits a high fly ball in the air down the left field line. Foul territory, long run for Simmons. In a foul ground, he will run out of room. And this will take a big hop up into the picnic area. James Simmons had to rush all the way into the Ducks bullpen and on the field along the left field line, but ultimately this landed about 5 or 6 feet back into the seats. And the count 1-2 on Redmond. Ducks are back in their gray jerseys tonight, gray tops, gray bottoms. Long Island inscripted on the front with the number on the front and the back. 1-2 on the way, and Redmond slashes this foul to the screen behind home plate. Kind of a defensive swing as he was a bit late on it. That'll keep the count right where it is. Lou Ford will be next for the Ducks. As Long Island tries to get the offense going here early on. Limited to just 4 hits in last night's game against Bridgeport. 1-2. Swinging a line drive in a left field. Running over is Simmons. He can't get it. It drops in for a base hit. Sabatella will stop at second. So Prentice Redmond with his 6th hit of the year is the first hit of the game for Long Island. The Ducks with first and second, nobody out here in the opening inning. So that'll bring Lou Ford to the plate, the 3-hitter who gets the half day as the designated hitter.
Designated hitter number 20, Lou Ford.
Kevin Baez has been doing that often throughout the course of the early going this year. This is game number 12 for the Ducks, 13. And early in the season, he'll play Ford in the outfield for the first 2 or 3 games of a series, and then last game of the series, he'll usually get the half day as the DH. Runners break. The throw unable to be made as Babineau lost the ball at home plate. First pitch to Lou Ford and a double steal. Sabatella went right away. Redmond a late go, but he was able to make it because Babineau bobbled the ball. So that'll be a stolen base for Sabatella, his 4th of the year, and a steal for Redmond, his 1st. And now the Ducks with runners in scoring position and nobody out. That's the advantage there. You're not going to bump with a guy like Lou Ford, and you don't need to when you've got good speed on the bases and you can double steal. 1-0 here to Ford, and the fastball takes the inside corner for a strike. Late call there from the home plate umpire Warren Nicholson, and that evens the count at 1-1. Ford is 12 of 47 on the year. He has a home run and 7 runs batted in. 1-1 on the way. And Ford slashes this foul down the right field line into an empty row of seats. Ford a late swing there on the breaking ball. It looked like he was going to lay off it and then decided to swing last minute and fouled off down the right field line. So now the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sabatella leading at 3rd and Redmond at 2nd with nobody out. Maine comes set at the belt. And it's 1-2 to Ford. Breaking ball hit on the ground is short. Charging in is Vargas. His only play is going to be to first. It is in time for the out. Sabatella comes home to score. And on the RBI ground out by Lou Ford, the Ducks strike first and lead 1-0. For Ford, his team leading 8th run batted in of the year. And for Sabatella, his 9th run of the season. Redmond moves to 3rd on the ground ball. So something that Bridgeport was doing early on in this series, a lot of productive ground ball outs or sacrifice flies, productive outs to produce runs. The Ducks on a walk, a single, and a double steal, and then the ground out by Ford produce a run. Infield in all the way around now for Cody Puckett, and he'll take the first pitch over the outside corner on a fastball for strike one. Well, when the Ducks score the first run of a game this year, they have a record of 5-3, so a good start for Long Island. And the 0-1 is hit high in the air to right field, shallow. Going out is Rodriguez, coming in is Dotel. Dotel will make the catch. Redmond tagging from third, then stops. He just drew the throw. So Puckett unable to get the job done as he flies out to shallow right. And Redmond cannot score from third on the out, so 2 away. And that'll leave it up to John Griffin to try and get Prentice Redmond home from third base. Yesterday, the Bluefish scoring all the runs, 9-0. And on Tuesday night, Bridgeport got out to a 2-0 lead in the first inning. So this is the first time in this series in which the Ducks have scored the first run of the game. Here is John Griffin, the 5-hitter and first baseman, batting from the right side. First pitch from Maine is a big curveball that missed outside for ball one. Maine in his last start on Friday in Camden took the loss, gave up 3 runs, 1 of them earned on 8 hits over 5 2/3 innings, walked 1 and struck out 6. 1-0, Griffin a check swing. They appeal the first, and Fred DeJesus, the first base umpire, says that he went around. So that'll even up the count at 1-1 on Griffin, who is trying to get going at the plate. He is just 6 for his first 41. That's a 146 average. 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. 1-1. Breaking ball, line into right center field. Well hit. Long run for Van Stratton. As he goes back, he won't get it. It's over his head. It'll go all the way to the wall. Redmond will score. Griffin going a second. He will stop right there. And a 2-out RBI double for John Griffin has given the Ducks a 2-0 advantage. So after Lou Ford picks up his 8th run batted in to take over the team lead, John Griffin gets his 8th RBI and his first double of the season. And he pulls back into a tie for the team lead. A big 2-out hit for John Griffin. For Redmond, his 4th run scored of the year. The Ducks now lead by 2 here in the opening inning. So that'll bring up Jose Morales, the catcher and 6-hitter for Long Island. Switch hitter batting from the right side. On the first pitch on the way, Morales takes low and inside for ball 1. Just like yesterday, it's the same starting 9. The only difference is that Redmond in center and Ford the DH, which means all right-handed hitters are switch hitters for the Ducks in the lineup against the lefty Maine. Griffin leads at second with 2 down. And the 1-0 pitch on the way from Maine is up and outside for ball 2. Morales in his first 32 at-bats has 7 hits, 2 runs scored, and a double as well. Still looking for his first RBI, and he can pick it up here with a single that scores Griffin. Maine close to the 20-pitch mark, if not over it now here in the first. And the 2-0, Morales takes, and that is a bit upstairs for ball 3. Now, Sky Maine having trouble locating here again. Only 4 walks allowed coming into tonight in 9 2/3 innings, but he's already walked 1, and he's behind 3-0 on Jose Morales. Evan Crawford waits on deck for the Ducks. Long Island out to a 2-0 lead here in the top of the first inning. Maine comes set. Griffin leads at second, a big lead. And the 3-0 pitch taken all the way right down the middle for strike 1. Morales has drawn 3 walks on the young season. He's also been hit by a pitch. Griffin, no stolen bases, no attempts. So obviously with 2 outs, you're not going to try and steal third. So now a 3-1 count, still a good hitter's count here for the Ducks catcher. Maine looks back to second base, and the 3-1. Inside and low for ball 4. So Jose Morales draws his 4th walk of the year, another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So 4 of the first 6 hitters for the Ducks reaching base safely, and that is going to bring Bridgeport Bluefish pitching coach out to the mound, Tim Gustafson. Now he's going to talk things over with the right-hander. Tim Gustafson is a player coach for the Bluefish, and so going to try and settle him down here in the early going. I believe that is Gustafson, but now on a second look, I don't think so. That's actually Ricky Van Asselberg, the manager for Bridgeport. who went out to have the quick chat, and now we'll head back to the dugout. So that is the first defensive timeout used by the Bluefish in this game. The Ducks looking to add to an early 2-0 lead. They have John Griffin at second, Jose Morales at first. With 2 men out, here is Evan Crawford to the plate, the 7-hitter and left fielder. Main set at the belt, and his first pitch to Crawford is way up and outside. On the fastball, the count goes to 1-0. Crawford 8 for his first 34 at the plate, has driven in 1 run and has scored 5 times. Morales, the runner at first, has scored twice this year. As we mentioned earlier, Griffin has 3 runs. Here's the 1-0. Fastball over the inside corner for a strike, a 2-seamer from Maine. And the count 1-1. Maine, in his second season with the Bluefish, began last year with Bridgeport before he was signed by the Reds and pitched at AA Pensacola in the Southern League. 1-1, misses inside. And now 2 balls and a strike on Evan Crawford. The red-hot Regi Corona waits on deck for Long Island. 2 runs in on an RBI groundout by Lou Ford and a 2-out RBI double by John Griffin. 2-1. Swinging a foul back to the screen behind home plate. Good cut from Crawford. Just missed it, and the count 2-2. Crawford got off to a strong start this year. Has struggled a bit recently, though. Missed a few games with a quad injury. Nothing serious, but just had to take a couple games off to recuperate. Runners lead from first and second. And Maine's 2-2 on the way to Crawford. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3 call. Late call there from Warren Nicholson, but it is strike 3. There's the first K for Scott Maine, and that ends the inning. Ducks, though, take a 2-0 lead. They get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 2. And after a half inning, it's the Ducks 2 and the Bluefish coming to bat.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. We go to the bottom half of the first inning as the Long Island Ducks with an early 2-0 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. Ian Marshall on the mound, ready to make his 3rd start of the year for the Ducks. Here is the lineup that he will face. Nick Van Stratton leading off in center field. Sean Burrows, the 3rd baseman, bats second. Hitting 3rd in left field is James Simmons, and in the cleanup spot is the 1st baseman, Andres Rodriguez. Batting 5th, the designated hitter, John Alonzo. Hitting 8th in right field, Wellington Dotel. Ryan Babineau does the catching and bats 7th. Luis Antonio Rodriguez is the 8-hitter and 2nd baseman. And rounding out the order is the shortstop, Ildemaro Vargas. Of course, we say Luis Antonio Rodriguez because there are 2 Luis Rodriguezes on this team. The catcher and longtime Bluefish, Luis Alberto Rodriguez, and the 2nd baseman, Luis Antonio Rodriguez. Here's Nick Van Stratton to lead off. Righty-righty matchup against Ian Marshall. Now the first pitch from the right-hander is a breaking ball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Scott Maine had to throw 29 pitches in that first inning for Bridgeport, so a good job by Long Island to get his pitch count up early and get out to an early lead. 0-1, and Van Stratton chops it foul to the 3rd base side of home plate. The count 0-2. Van Stratton, 15 of his first 47 at the plate. He's got 9 runs batted in and 10 runs scored. A dangerous hitter at the top of Bridgeport's lineup. Marshall looks in for the sign from Morales. And his 0-2 on the way. He swung on and slashed down the left field line, foul. Right over the head of the third base coach. So the count now 0-2. Marshall looks in for the sign, gets the pitch he likes, his 0-2, breaking ball, and a check swing. Able to lay off of it was Van Stratton. So the count now goes to 1-2. Second baseman Reggie Corona shades Van Stratton up the middle. The 1-2 pitch is a breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike 3. Morales will throw to Griffin at first to complete the putout. First strikeout of the night for Ian Marshall, and there's one away. Well, just like John Brownell entering yesterday's start, Ian Marshall has been terrific thus far for Long Island. 2 starts, he has won both of his outings. 11 innings of work, has given up 6 hits and 1 unearned run. Just 1 walk given up and 5 strikeouts for the right-hander. Never really strikes out a ton, but the big things he wanted to improve on this year were cutting down the amount of hits he gave up and cutting down the amount of walks. And so far through 2 starts, he has taken good strides towards doing that. First pitch to Sean Burrows, a lefty hitting third baseman, is outside for ball 1. Burrows 14 for his first 40 on the year. That's a .350 average, 6 RBIs and 5 runs. 1-0. Ground ball towards the middle. Dan Lyons behind second, Fields on the tough hop. His throw to first in time for the out. Nice play by Dan Lyons, having to go far up the middle. Field a tough hop on that ground ball from Burrows. And complete the throw to first. So 2 quick outs for Ian Marshall. And that'll leave it up to the left fielder, James Simmons. Marshall's last outing was on Saturday at Bethpage Ballpark, and he got the win in a 10-2 Ducks victory. Just 3 hits and an unearned run in 6 innings of work. Walked 1 and struck out 3. So he's looking to keep the good vibes going here early in the season in his first campaign with Long Island after 2 seasons with Southern Maryland. Here's the 3-hitter, James Simmons. He is the left fielder, and he swings at the first pitch and pops it in the air to right center field. Moving to his right is Brian Sabatella, and in front of the scoreboard, he will make the catch, and a strong start for Ian Marshall as he retires the Blue Crabs 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first inning. So we'll head to the second here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. It's the Ducks 2 and the Bluefish nothing.
Hi, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls Party Deck, the Trout Town Fan Can, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Well, the Ducks jumping out to an early 2-0 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. We will head to the second inning as Scott Main faces the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Ducks. Time for the Ducks Health Report, brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. Currently out on the inactive list, Mark Rogers. He has been dealing with an Achilles injury. Sergio Perez battling some issues with his side. Nothing serious for either one. And Kevin Baez is going to see how both of their health is when the Ducks return home on Friday. And if both are healthy, you could see them in the Saturday doubleheader potentially. Day-night doubleheader against the Lancaster Barnstormers. First pitch misses up high for ball 1 to Richie Corona, the 8-hitter and second baseman. As of today, Kevin Baez saying that Eric Neeson will start tomorrow against Lancaster, and then Mickey Janis will go on Sunday. 1-0. Corona takes inside on a fastball for ball 2. And wherever the Saturday starters, TBA for Long Island, And again, very well could be Perez in one game, Rogers in another. If not, you will likely see one of the arms out of the bullpen for the Ducks. 2-0. And that fastball inside again to Corona. So the switch hitting second baseman ahead 3-0 on Scott Main, who had to throw 29 pitches in the opening inning and gave up 2 runs on a couple hits and a couple walks. Here's the 3-0. Corona takes all the way. There's the strike over the outside corner, 3-1. Corona will be followed by Dan Lyons, and then back to the top of the order for Brian Sabatella, who extended his on-base streak to a season-high 8 games with his walk in the first inning. 3-1. Corona swings. It's a high drive in the air to left center field. Well hit. James Simmons and Nick Van Straten racing back. They will look up, and it is off the wall. Corona will go to second. He will stop right there, and he is in with a leadoff double. That was tough to tell here. Kevin Baez thinks that it was a home run, maybe. Never mind. I thought he was calling over Fred DeJesus, the first base umpire, to try and discuss it with him, whether or not that had cleared the wall. It was tough for us to tell, and the reason why, there are a lot of billboards out there on both walls and left center field, and many of them are white, and so you lose the baseball a bit in those billboards, and I had thought initially that might have cleared the fence, and it came back onto the field, but indeed it didn't. It one-hopped the fence, so a double for Corona, now a 6-game hit streak. And here's Dan Lyons to bat. First pitch, and he'll take a fastball down the middle for strike 1. For Corona, it is his first double of the year, now has 1 double and 1 triple. And the second double of the game for the Ducks. 10 hits now and 28 at-bats for Corona. And as we just mentioned, a hit streak that continues. As this one fouled back to the screen behind home plate, the count 0-2. So it'll be an 0-2 pitch coming here to Dan Lyons, shortstop, a 9-hitter who is 7 for his first 37. Six-game hitting streak is the longest by a Duck this year, and the 0-2. Breaking ball on the inside corner for strike 3. Lyons thought it was too far inside, didn't like the call from Nicholson. That is the second strikeout for Scott Main, and that is out number 1 here in the second inning. So that'll send us back to the top of the order for Brian Sabatella.
Right hitter number 44, Brian Sabatella.
Kevin Baez was saying during the pregame show how much of a surprise that Reggie Corona has been so far. Again, wasn't supposed to be the starting second baseman for the Ducks. That was Blake Davis's job. But Davis battling a groin injury and has not been hitting very well in the early going. First pitch to Sabatella, misses low and inside for ball 1. And when Corona was taking his spot, Corona was getting on base, playing great defense as well. And so now starting back-to-back games, especially with the lefty on the mound. And the way he keeps hitting, he was 2 for 3 last night with a triple and a single, and now picks up a double in his first at-bat here today. 1-0, and Sabatella swings and fouls off the breaking ball. That'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Sabatella picked up his 8th walk of the year in the opening inning and scored his 9th run when Lou Ford grounded out to short. So it'll be a 1-1 pitch here to Sabatella. Righty batter against the lefty pitcher. And the 1-1 inside on a fastball. Sabatella took all the way. And the count goes to 2-1. Another train rolls by Metro North heading towards New England. And traffic on Interstate 95 beyond the left field wall, flowing freely in both directions. Corona leads at second, 2-1. Sabatella takes the fastball upstairs. And the Ducks leadoff man and right fielder ahead 3 balls and a strike with Prentice Redmond waiting on deck. So the Ducks with an early 2-0 lead, but trying to add to it and give Ian Marshall as much breathing room as possible, especially with the way Bridgeport's offense has been hitting of late. Main's 3-1, and Sabatella swings, pops it up foul, first base side well out of play. And so the count now full. Sabatella's 12 hits and 49 at-bats. That's a .245 average. Kevin Baez also talking about him during the pregame show that as he goes, the Ducks go, and they need him to be the table setter at the top of this Long Island lineup. Corona leads from second with one out. 3-2 coming from Maine. Pitch on the way, and Sabatello rips it into left field. Simmons cannot get it. It'll drop in for a base hit. He juggled the ball. Rounding third, Corona, he will come home to score. Sabatello will stop at first with his first hit of the night, and the Ducks now lead 3-0 in the second inning. So Sabatello with the base hit, his 13th of the year. And a hot start for him here tonight. We'll see if it has scored an RBI single, or if they say Corona only scored because the ball was bobbled by Simmons out and left. He had to wait to make sure Simmons didn't catch the ball since it was hit so hard by Sabatello. And I think Kevin Miser was going to send him anyway, but once the ball was juggled, no chance to make the play. Here's Prentice Redmond, first pitch, taken on the outside corner at the knees for strike one. Redmond a single to left in his first at bat, and then he stole his first base of the year and scored for the fourth time. Two-out RBI double to right center. They don't rule an error here, so it's just going to be an RBI single for Sabatello, his sixth run batted in. 0-1, ripped on the ground, foul down the third base line, and the count goes to 0-2. So Sabatello's going to pick up his sixth RBI, and for Corona, his second run of the season. Maine comes set, ready to deal 0-2 to Redmond as Sabatello leads at first. Here's the pitch, and the breaking ball grounded foul again by Redmond along the third base line, almost the exact same spot. Matt Soren, who was over in the Ducks bullpen, will pick it up. No fans over there pleading for the baseball, so he will walk it back towards the Ducks dugout. Another 0-2 pitch coming from Scott Maine, and Redmond takes the fastball upstairs for ball one. Ducks are doing a good job working the count here early on Maine, who is about at the 50 pitch threshold, and we are playing just in the top half of the second inning. 1-2, and Redmond swings and grounds it foul again. This one right to the Ducks dugout on the third base side. Cody Puckett is in the hole right now, and he's standing in the opening on the near side of the dugout, and ball ended up hitting off the fence. Initially, it looked like he might have caught him in the hand, but he just pointed to the fence saying that it hit off there. Sabatello with a good lead at first. Another 1-2 pitch. Sabatello goes, and Redmond takes upstairs for a ball. The throw to second, not in time. Sabatello slides in safely with his second stolen base of the game and his fifth of the season. Last year, the Ducks were so grateful to have a guy like Phelan Lentini at the top of the lineup with his ability to steal bases. He was second in the league with 46 stolen bases and never was caught stealing last year, and that was such a benefit to the Ducks, who went 73 and 67. And to have a guy like Sabatello off to the races early really helps him out. So now runner at second, one out, and the 2-2 to Redmond is a breaking ball that just missed the outside corner. And the fans here behind home plate thought that Maine had strike three, but it just missed the edge. So now a full count on Prentice Redmond with Lou Ford waiting in the on-deck circle. 3-0 Ducks here in the second inning. Maine comes set, looks to second, and it's 3-2. Breaking ball hit on the ground, back to the mound. Maine's got it. Now they have Sabatello caught. He races Sabatello towards second. Maine now will throw to the shortstop Vargas, who will apply the tag. So Ryan Sabatello caught in between second and third. And the lead runner is retired there. The fielder's choice is going to go 1-6. And Redmond reaches on the fielder's choice.
Designated hitter number 20, good 4.
Sabatello there broke on contact, thinking that ball was going to get through his legs and up the middle, but broke a bit too soon, and once Maine got it, he was able to rush him back and get the force out, or not the force out, but the lead out. So now runner at first, 2 out. First pitch to Lou Ford. He swings and misses, chasing a breaking ball, diving down in the zone. Count nothing in Ward. Ford grounded out in his first at bat, so he is now 12 of 48, but he did produce a run as he scored Sabatello from third, his 8th RBI of the year. 0-1 from Maine, and Ford takes a breaking ball way outside to even up the count. And last year, Maine started off the season with the Bluefish. Didn't have great numbers, but still worthy of getting signed to a contract by the Reds organization. 1-1, up and outside on a fastball, and it's 2-1. With Bridgeport, he was 2-3 with a 4.95 ERA, 19 games and 1 start. Ended up going to AA Pensacola, and in 13 relief appearances, he was 1-0 with a 6.10 ERA. 2-1. Ford swings, lines it into left field. Racing towards the line is James Simmons. He can't get it. It is one hopping off the wall. Redmond on his way to third. Kevin Byes is sending him around as Simmons has trouble with the baseball. Redmond will come home to score without a throw. It's an RBI double for Lou Ford to left. His second run batted in of the day. Another 2-out double for the Ducks, and they lead 4-0. That is the 4th double of the year for Lou Ford, and James Simmons having trouble with that ball. He tried to make the catch running right at it, and unable to do so. It went over his head. It one-hopped off the wall and skipped away from him. And that allowed Prentice Redmond to score from first on the play. He doesn't have blazing speed, does Redmond, but he was running hard from the get-go there, and Kevin Byes had no problem sending him, especially when Simmons had trouble with it. So Ford is now 1 for 2 with 2 runs batted in. Redmond scoring. And here is Cody Puckett. He swings and foul tips the first pitch into the glove of the catcher Ryan Babineau for strike 1. Puckett a pop out to shallow right in his first at bat. So the Ducks with 2 runs in the first, 2 more in the second. They lead it 4-0. Most runs that Maine has given up in a start this year. The 1-0. Puckett a ground ball to third off the glove of Burrows and in a left. Ford is going to round third and come home. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time. So Lou Ford scores on the hard ground ball by Cody Puckett that goes off the glove of Sean Burrows, and the Ducks lead it 5-0. We'll see how that one is scored. It was a well-struck ground ball there, but the ball hops off of the glove of Sean Burrows and trickles out to left field. They put up a 6th hit on the scoreboard, so that's going to be a base hit for Cody Puckett. And an RBI, his 8th of the year. So now 3 Ducks with 8 runs batted in on the season. And that'll bring John Griffin to the plate. So 3 2-out RBI hits in the game for the Ducks. And that is what you like to see, especially with the struggles in the first 2 games of this series. First pitch to Griffin. Fastball missed low. And the count goes to 1-0. Griffin, an RBI double to right center field with 2 outs in the first inning, and Bridgeport has now gotten a right-hander warming up in their bullpen down the right field line. 1-0 on the way, and Griffin swings. It's a high pop-up in the air to shallow right, drifting in Wellington Dotel, and in medium right he'll make the catch to end the inning. However, the Ducks send 7 hitters to the plate. They get 3 runs on 4 hits in the inning. No errors for the Bluefish, and the Ducks leave 1. And after an inning and a half, it is all Ducks early on. They lead it 5-0.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment, too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Two runs in the first inning, 3 in the second for the Ducks, and Long Island giving Bridgeport a taste of their own medicine after the Bluefish outscored the Ducks by a combined total of 19-2 in the first 2 games of this series. The Ducks have scored 5 early. They lead it 5-0 over Bridgeport. Led to the bottom half of the second, and for the Bluefish, Andres Rodriguez, the first baseman and cleanup hitter, to lead off against Ian Marshall. First pitch from the right-hander, and Rodriguez takes a fastball strike over the outside corner. A good shutdown inning in the bottom of the first for Marshall as he retired the Bluefish 1-2-3 after the Ducks took a 2-0 lead, and he's looking for more of the same here in the second. 0-1. Rodriguez takes outside corner, another called strike. Rodriguez did not like the call, and the count 0-2. Andres Rodriguez, 7 for his first 39. He has a home run and 5 runs batted in. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball missed way outside. It skips away from Morales, but no harm, no foul, nobody on base. And the count 1-2. So the Ducks producing 5 runs here early on in the ball game. And when the Ducks score 5 or more runs, they are 4-0 on the young season. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball popped up in a right field, shallow. Going out, Corona coming in, Sabatella. Corona makes the call. The Ducks second baseman makes the catch in shallow right for the first out of the second inning. Corona showing his good range there at second. Sabatella had Rodriguez played fairly deep. And so he had a long way to go, but Corona was able to get there and make the catch. And with the one away, that'll leave it up to the DH, John Alonso, who had himself a ball game here last night for the Bluefish. Here's Alonso from the right side. First pitch on the way is a fastball in for a strike. Alonso reached base 4 times in his 5 plate appearances. He had a 2-run homer, a pair of doubles, scored 4 runs. And he also drove in a couple of runs on that homer. Breaking ball hits the outside corner for a called strike, and Alonso is in an 0-2 hole. 4 runs on the night, 1 shy of the franchise record which Nick Van Straten set on Sunday. And here Alonso chases a high fastball for strike 3. Second strikeout of the night for Ian Marshall, and 2 quick outs for the Ducks right-hander here in the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring up the right fielder, Wellington Dotel.
Right fielder number 19, Wellington Dotel.
As we mentioned, key for Marshall after the Ducks put up runs to keep the Bluefish off the scoreboard. And 1 out away from a 1-2-3 second inning. This one misses up and inside for ball 1. Marshall's first start of the year came Sunday, April 26th in York. 5 scoreless innings, gave up just 3 hits, and struck out 2 in a 5-2 Ducks win. 1-0, fastball in at the knees for a strike. Count 1-1 on Dotel, who has 14 hits in his first 39 at-bats, with a home run and 9 runs batted in. 9 RBIs tied for the team lead with Nick Van Straten. Here he floats one in the air to shallow center, racing in Prentice Redmond, will out the plate on a hop. And so a 2-out base hit to center for Wellington Dotel, the first hit of the night, and first base runner for the Bluefish. So with the base hit from Dotel, his 15th of the year, that'll send up Ryan Babineau to the plate, catcher and 7-hitter who's currently leading the Atlantic League in batting average in the early going.
Ryan Babineau.
Initially, Luis Rodriguez doing the catching, but with the way Babineau has been hitting, he has taken over the starting role for the time being. First pitch, fastball, is a bit low. And the count 1-0. Babineau has 15 hits in his first 32 at-bats, which equates to a .469 batting average. So he leads the league. Second is Beamer Weems of Sugar Land at .396. 1-0 from the right-hander Marshall. And Babineau takes a fastball over the inside corner for a strike to even the count at 1-1. Babineau in his first season with the Bluefish, acquired in a trade with Gary Southshore of the American Association for future considerations. Last night he was 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run. Dotel leads at first with 2 down. And the 1-1, runner goes, pitches outside. The throw down to second base is not in time. Corona slapped the tag down on Dotel as he slid in, but third base umpire Christopher Carroll says it wasn't in time. So for Dotel, he picks up his second steal of the year in 3 attempts. The count is now 2-1 on Babineau. Bridgeport trying to chip away at this 5-0 deficit. They get the 2-out single from Dotel. And now after a stolen base, runner at scoring position The count 2-1 on Babineau. Righty matchup. Marshall gets the sign. His pitch on the way. Swung and grounded towards the middle and through. A base hit into center field. Rounding third is Dotel. He will try and score, and Redmond will not throw home. It's a 2-out RBI single to center for Ryan Babineau. And the Bluefish are on the scoreboard. They cut it to 5-1. 7th run batted into the year for Ryan Babineau. Not what Ian Marshall was looking for after retiring the first two quickly. The single to center by Dotel, a stolen base and an RBI single. Bridgeport has cut the deficit to 4, and here is Luis Rodriguez. Rodriguez will bat from the left side. Marshall's first pitch on the way is a fastball over the outside corner for strike 1. That is the first earned run of the season given up by the Ducks right-hander. Marshall gets the sign he likes from Morales. And the 0-1. Breaking ball hit in the air to right center field. Fairly well hit. Redmond chasing back. Still going back in right center, and he'll make the running grab for the final out of the inning. So Prentice Redmond had to go a long way to retire Rodriguez there, but he is able to do so. And that prevents any further runs. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 left for the Bluefish. And after 2 innings, it's the Ducks 5 and the Bluefish 1.
Hey, this is pitcher Eric Neeson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on in the park night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Move on to the 3rd inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Final game of this 3-game series, and the Ducks have an early 5-1 lead over the Bluefish. Scott Main back to the mound. He has given up 6 hits and 5 runs over the first 2 innings here tonight. The Ducks trying to break out offensively after being silenced for the most part during the first 2 games of this series. They've gone off to a good start against Maine, who has also walked a couple batters and has not had his best stuff in the early going. Here in the 3rd, it'll be Morales, Crawford, and Corona, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for the Ducks.
Now batting, catch number 26, Jose Morales.
So here's Morales to lead things off, switch hitter batting from the right side against the left-hander Maine. Maine working out of the stretch. And his first pitch on the way. Morales grounds this one to the left side. Couple hops for Burrows. And the third baseman throws him out. One away as Morales retired on the first pitch. He had drawn a walk in his first plate appearance. Bridgeport with action going in their bullpen down the right field line. Marshall, despite allowing the run in the 2nd inning, has thrown just 24 pitches through 2 innings. Meanwhile, Maine up over 50 pitches in the early part of this game. Here's Evan Crawford, who struck out in his first trip to the plate. And that misses outside for ball 1. Maine now exactly at 61 pitches in this game. So Bridgeport likely will have to go to their bullpen earlier than they would like here tonight. 1-0, and Crawford takes upstairs for ball 2. Fortunately for Bridgeport, they only needed to use 2 relievers last night after Mike Antonini went 7 scoreless innings. And they used just 3 relievers to get through 2 1/3 innings on Tuesday night. 2-0 pitch on the way to Evan Crawford. He will take outside for ball 3. And for the Ducks, patience is key here against Maine, as he is really having trouble locating early on in this game. Walked 2 in the first inning, after combining to walk just 4 in his first 2 starts. 3-0, he'll take all the way. There's a strike. And the count 3-1. Crawford will be followed by Corona, who doubled in his first at bat. 3-1 pitch. Crawford swings and misses for a strike. Good pitch tailing over the outside corner, and the count 3-2. Maine, a 30-year-old left-hander out of Jupiter, Florida, and the 3-2 is inside and low for ball 4. So nice job by Crawford to draw the 1-out walk. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. Third walk of the game issued by Scott Maine. Now with 1 on and 1 out, up to the plate steps Rigi Corona.
Number 11, Rigi Corona.
Ducks will return home after tonight's game. They'll open up a 4-game in 3-day set against the Lancaster Barnstormers tomorrow. Bluefish will head to Somerset for a weekend series at TD Bank Ballpark. First pitch on the way. Corona takes low and inside for ball 1. And then these 2 teams will meet again for 3 games at Bethpage Ballpark next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Again, 27 scheduled games between the 2 teams this year. 1-0. Corona takes a breaking ball, just caught the outside corner for a strike. Corona a double in his first at-bat, leading off the second inning to left center field. His 10th hit and first double of the year, and eventually scored on the RBI single by Brian Sabatella. Crawford leads at first with 1 out. Here's the 1-1, and Corona pops this one up a mile high at second base. Rodriguez makes the catch, and Corona retired for the 2nd out of this 3rd inning. So I'll leave it up to Duck shortstop and 9-hitter Dan Lyons.
Shortstop number 12, Dan Lyons.
Evan Crawford with terrific speed at first base. He has 3 stolen bases on the year in 3 attempts. And as a member of the Ducks, he is 10 for 10 now in the stolen base department. See if he tries to take off and get in a scoring position at all. First pitch to Lyons, ripped on the ground. Great grab by Sean Burrows at third. Had to go to his knees to make the stop. And he throws out Crawford at second for the force. So on the 5-4 force, the inning is over. No runs for the Ducks, no hits. They leave 1 on base. And through 2.5, it is the Ducks 5 and the Bluefish 1.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Brian Sabatella, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 a month for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. $59. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110 or HuntingtonHondaCars.com.
Huntington Honda, discover the difference.
Auto 24-month lease, total due at inception. Civic $31.90 includes bank fee, first month's payment, no security deposit. Taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. Ducks fans, when Dan Lyons grounded into the force out to end the top of the 3rd inning, that was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Did you know that a 15-minute phone call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO, 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. Ildemaro Vargas, the shortstop and 9-hitter, to lead things off for the Bluefish in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Cody Puckett in on the grass at 3rd as Vargas squared to bunt, pulled back, and took a ball low. And the count 1-0. Vargas has done well in the 9 spot early this year. 13 of 43. That's a .302 average. 4 runs batted in, and he has scored 10 runs. Most on this Bluefish team, now tied with a few. 1-0. Fastball hits the outside corner. Good pitch from Marshall. And the count 1-1. Ian Marshall stands in at 6'3", 215 pounds, out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. 1-1. That missed inside for ball 2. He's 28 years old, and in his 3rd season here in the Atlantic League, first with the Ducks. Just 24 pitches for Marshall through the first 2 innings. Gets the sign, and his 2-1 to Vargas. Squares to bunt, bunts it back towards the mound. Marshall off the mound, fields his throw to first in time. Good, strong throw from Ian Marshall. That's a nice play. Vargas has terrific speed. He's 4 for 4 in the stolen base department. And Marshall had to make a good, strong, accurate throw to get him out at first, and he did just that for out number 1. So 1 away, and back to the top of the Bridgeport order we go for Nick Van Stratton, who is the center fielder. He struck out his first time up against the Ducks right-hander. Righty-righty matchup, and the first pitch from Marshall is a breaking ball over the outside corner for strike 1. A big key early on here for Marshall. First pitch strikes. He has consistently been getting ahead, 0-1 on these Bluefish hitters. Here is the 0-1. Van Stratton fouls this one off to the first base side, well out of play. Up onto the roof of the ballpark, and the count 0-2. Just a gorgeous night for baseball here in Bridgeport after a gorgeous day. You could not get better weather than we had here today. Sunshine, wall-to-wall. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Perfect day to be outside. The 0-2, and it's low in the dirt, blocked by Morales. And the count of 2 strikes. Again, the wind is very lightly blowing out to left field here. Not very much that it would have a significant effect on the hitters or the fielders. But it is significant enough to talk about as the American flag in left field is blowing in the wind. 0-2 to Van Stratton. Check swing on a ball diving down and away. No appeal, though. And that'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cody Puckett playing close to the line at third. John Griffin well off the bag at first. And Corona shading up the middle at second. 2-2 on the way. Van Stratton swings, grounds this one foul, third base line. I'll go all the way down the line. So Marshall will try and retire Van Stratton once again, as his 2-2 on the way is a fastball that just missed the outside corner. Good pitch from Marshall. He thought he might have had strike 3 there, but it just did miss. It's now a payoff pitch coming to the Bluefish center fielder. Gets the sign, and the 3-2 on the way is swung on in line into right center field. That will be a base hit. Played on a hop by Prentice Redmond. So Van Stratton wins the battle. The ball briefly got away from Regi Corona, but not too far. That is the 3rd hit of the game for Bridgeport. And for Van Stratton, his 16th of the year. Marshall got ahead of him 0-2, but Van Stratton worked the count full. Laid off a close pitch at 2-2, and then got one over the plate as Marshall didn't want to allow the walk, and Van Stratton lined it into right center field. So runner at first with 1 out. Here is Sean Burrows to bat from the left side. Grounded out to short his first time up. From the stretch, Marshall deals, and Burrows takes a fastball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Burrows grounded the ball up the middle in his first at bat, and a great play was made by Dan Lyons behind second. And he threw over to first to get the out. 0-1 the count. Marshall kicks and fires, and Burrows takes a fastball that missed inside. Evens up the count at 1-1. Last night, Burrows was 1 for 5 at the plate with a run scored. 4 for 10, now 4 for 11 in this series with a double and 2 runs batted in. Van Stratton leads at first, 2 stolen bases and 2 attempts this year. There he goes, the 1-1, grounded foul along the first base line. Just like the Ducks, Bridgeport very aggressive in terms of trying to steal bases and get in a scoring position. And Bridgeport putting the hit and run on there, but it looked as though Burrows needs a new bat here after breaking it on that pitch. So now the count 1-2 on the Bluefish third baseman. Middle infield at double play depth. Cody Puckett about midway at third for Burroughs and off the third base bag. Here's the 1-2. Runner does not go, and Burroughs lines this one into left field. Evan Crawford on the run will make the catch. About belt high in left field. He had Burroughs played perfectly in shallow and left. And there he only had to run in a little bit and was able to make the belt high grab for out number 2. So Burroughs 0 for 2. That'll leave it up to James Simmons, the left fielder and 3-batter in Bridgeport's lineup. James Simmons 1 for 4 with a couple of runs batted in last night's game. First at bat tonight, he popped out to right. First pitch coming from Ian Marshall, and Simmons slashes this one down the right field line foul. This will leave the yard and then rebound back in. Thought it was going to leave and must have hit the back wall on the concourse. So the count 0-1 on Simmons, who is just 10 for his first 44. 3-hitter for Bridgeport, but he has been one small piece of this offense that has been struggling in the early going. Bridgeport, 39 runs in their last 3 games, 50 hits in that span entering tonight. Runner goes, the 0-1 swung on and missed for strike 3, throw down to second base, not in time. They say Van Stratton just got in ahead of the tag. And again, Corona came to second base, slapped the tag down, but they say Van Stratton's foot got in just ahead. So the count 1-1 here on Simmons. Maybe not, I believe it's 0-2. Scoreboard operator in right center field having a tough time right now. So I believe it's 0-2 on Simmons. Van Stratton leads at second. And the 0-2 from Marshall is a breaking ball that missed just outside. Tried to get him to chase, and the count goes to 1-2. The last inning, Bluefish got a 2-out hit from Wellington Dotel, who stole second and then scored on an RBI single by Ryan Babineau. And the last thing Marshall wants to do is allow another 2-out run scoring hit. A single likely scores Van Stratton with his speed. 1-2 pitch on the way to Simmons. Marshall deals and Simmons swings and lines it into right field. Brian Sabatella will have to play it on a hop. Base hit. Stratton rounds third. He's coming to the plate. The throw not in time. And for a second straight inning, Ian Marshall allows a 2-out RBI single. And the Bluefish now within 3 at 5-2. Well, the Ducks were victimized in the series finale against Sugar Land on 2-out hits. Almost all of their 8 runs came with 2 outs. And they've had trouble with it in the first 2 games here in this series, and now here today. James Simmons and Ryan picked up 2-out RBI singles. Looks like Simmons was getting checked out briefly at first by trainer Erica Ventura, but he is okay. For Simmons, it is his 8th run batted in of the year, and it's now a 5-2 score. So now Marshall will have to deal with Andres Rodriguez, the first baseman and cleanup hitter. First pitch on the way, and Rodriguez takes low. Nice block at home plate by Morales, and the count 1-0. Sabatella, the right fielder, on that hard line drive to right, played it right on the hop. Didn't think about trying to race in and have a chance at it, as if he misses it, it gets by him, and that could lead to bigger things for Simmons, who has good speed at first base. So the count 1-0. Marshall comes set. Deals to Rodriguez, who takes the breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike. And the count 1-1. So the Ducks with 2 runs in the first and 3 in the second to take a 5-0 lead. Bridgeport has come back with 2, 1 in the second and 1 in the third. And the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded back to the mound on 1 hop. Marshall fields the underhand toss to first in time for the out, and that will end the inning. However, Bridgeport strikes again with 2 outs. They get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. And after 3, it is the Ducks 5 and the Bluefish 2.
Hey fans, this is left-handed pitcher Tommy Organ, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. We go to the fourth inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Long Island Ducks with a 5-2 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. Time for our fourth inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. And today's question is going to revolve around hometown Bluefish starter, left-hander Scott Main, who is ready to begin his fourth inning of work. Face Brian Sabatella, the leadoff hitter for the Ducks. And Sabatella takes inside for ball one. Scott Main, 30 years old, resides now in Jupiter, Florida, which is home to two Major League spring training sites. As the 1-0, there's a breaking ball for a strike, the count 1-1. Roger Dean Stadium in Jupiter, Florida, hosts two teams in the major leagues during spring training. 1-1. Sabatella takes a curveball outside for ball two. The question, who are the two major league teams that call Roger Dean Stadium in Jupiter, Florida home during spring training? Those two teams also have affiliate teams that play down there during the year. 2-1. Lifted in the air, shallow left center, long run for James Simmons and Nick Van Stratton. Van Stratton dives, and he makes the catch. Oh, what a grab by Nick Van Stratton in left center field. A full extension diving catch to rob Brian Sabatella of his second hit in the game. And that is the first out of the fourth inning. Outstanding play from the Bluefish center fielder. That one was not hit well off the bat of Brian Sabatella, but it was hit what looked to be in the spot between left and center field that would produce a hit, but not with the speed of Nick Van Stratton, as Prentice Redmond takes a breaking ball for strike one. So we'll let you think about the trivia question. We'll give you the answer in the bottom half of this fourth inning. Again, which two major league teams call Roger Dean Stadium in Jupiter, Florida home during spring training? 0-1, popped up in the air foul, first base side. Andres Rodriguez crosses in a foul ground, backing up, and he is able to make the catch. So Redmond is now 1 for 3 with a couple runs in this game. And Maine has now retired 4 straight and 6 of the last 7 since the Cody Puckett RBI single in the second inning. So 2 down and the base is empty, and that'll bring Lou Ford to the plate. The Ducks getting 5 runs over the first 2 innings, but have gone quiet in the 2 innings since. Here's Ford, who has driven in 2 so far tonight, and he swings at the first pitch, pops it up in a shallow right center. The second baseman Rodriguez can't see it. Now the right fielder Dotel is able to make the catch in right center. And a quick, easy 1-2-3 inning for Scott Main as the Ducks go in order in the top of the fourth. We'll go to the bottom half of the inning as the Long Island Ducks still lead the Bluefish 5-2.
Hey fans, this is Jose Morales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Hey fans, this is Jose Morales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DuckBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Ian Marshall to face John Alonso as the inning begins. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that hits the inside corner for strike one. Ducks with an early 5-2 lead over the Bluefish here in the final game of this three-game series. Alonso, the 5-hitter in DH, will be followed by Dotel and Babineau. And Marshall's 0-1 is a breaking ball. Outside corner, another called strike. Alonso a strikeout victim his first time up in inning number 2. From the wind, Marshall deals 0-2 to Alonso, and it is a breaking ball down and away for ball one. In this bottom of the fourth inning, we'll give you the answer to today's fourth inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. Cody Puckett plays near the bag at third, right along the line, and John Griffin well off the bag at first. Corona shaded up the middle at second. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back to the screen behind home plate. Good cut from Alonso. Again, had a terrific day at the plate yesterday. Reached base 4 times in 5 plate appearances on 2 doubles, a homer, and a walk. Another 1-2 from Ian Marshall. Fires to the plate, and Alonso, a check swing. They'll appeal to first, and Fred DeJesus says he did not go. So the count is even up at 2-2. Alonso 3 of 8 in this series. 2 RBIs and 4 runs scored. 2-2 pitch on the way now. Popped up foul over the screen and behind home plate, up over our heads. Here in the press box, just off to the third base side behind the plate, is our visiting broadcast booth. No action in either bullpen now. It appears Scott Main has settled down for the Bluefish. And the 2-2 on the way. Alonso, check swing. Pitch came over the inside corner. Warren Nicholson, the home plate umpire, says he went around. Third strikeout for Marshall, and that is the first out. So the answer to today's fourth inning trivia, again the question, what is the only stadium in Florida to host 2 major league teams? The answer to that is Roger Dean Stadium. The trivia question was, which 2 teams host their major league spring training sites in Jupiter, Florida at Roger Dean Stadium? First pitch to Wellington Dotel is a breaking ball strike. The answer, the Miami Marlins and the St. Louis Cardinals. The 2 teams share the main stadium, Roger Dean Stadium, where the spring training games are played. 0-1 on the way from Marshall, and Dotel takes inside, the count 1-1. However, the teams have their own practice fields, their own outdoor batting cages, several pitching mounds, and state-of-the-art conditioning rooms. So separate but together at Roger Dean Stadium. 1-1. Chopped on the ground here slowly to short. Nan Lyons charges. Fields on the backhand, and his throw to first is in time. Dotel now 1 for 2 of the runs scored in the game, and there's 2 away in the fourth. It is also the only stadium in the entire United States to host 4 minor league teams. The Jupiter Hammerheads and the Palm Beach Cardinals, Class A advanced affiliates of both the Marlins and the Cardinals respectively in the Florida State League. And the 2 teams Gulf Coast League affiliates, which is rookie-level baseball, the Gulf Coast Marlins and the Gulf Coast Cardinals. So 4 different teams in minor league baseball play at Roger Dean Stadium. First pitch to Ryan Babineau is chopped foul for strike 1, and that has to be a scheduling headache for the 2 organizations and for the people at Roger Dean Stadium. Stadium also hosted a qualifying round in the 2013 World Baseball Classic that featured 4 different world teams, as the 0-1 is down and away for a ball. Spain, France, South Africa, and Israel all participated in the 2013 World Baseball Classic qualifying round. Sergio Perez of the Ducks was a member of that Spain team. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch from Marshall, and Babineau takes low. He picked up an RBI single in his first at bat. Back in inning number 2, a 2-out base hit up the middle. That scored Wellington Dotel from second. So it'll be a 2-ball, 1-strike pitch here. Corona playing almost directly behind second for Babineau. Here's the pitch, and that is over the inside corner. Good fastball from Marshall. And that'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks with a 5-2 lead on the scoreboard. They lead in the hit column as well, 6-4. Neither side has made an error. Marshall gets the sign, but now will step off and wants to go through it again. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning here in the 4th. He had a 1-2-3 inning in the 1st, but has given up single runs in each inning since. 2-2 to Babineau. Breaking ball taken downstairs for ball 3. So the count runs full. If he gets on, Luis Rodriguez will be next. And the key for Marshall here is to avoid 2-out base runners and avoid 2-out hits. He has been victimized in each of the last 2 innings by 2-out RBI hits. And he's given up 3 hits in this game with 2 outs. 3-2 on the way to Babineau. And the fastball is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Ian Marshall strikes out 2 in the inning. He now has 4 for the game. And after 4 innings of play on this Thursday night in Bridgeport, it is the Ducks 5 and the Bluefish 2.
Hey fans, this is Sergio Perez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039. Hey, Sergio Perez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolak paving stones and walls. Nicolak's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolak. Visit the Nicolak Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or nicolak.com.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, and air-conditioned atmosphere. Full view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. For your Fan outing today, call the Ducks group at 631-940-3825. Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. We move to the top of the 5th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Ducks with a 5-2 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. Fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop on your next visit to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quackerjack Foundation, charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. Just finishing up on Roger, and was the answer to our trivia question. The and the St. Louis Cardinals, the 2 teams who host their spring training site down there, and the hometown of Scott Main, the pitcher starter tonight for the Bluefish. His first pitch to Cody Puckett is taken for a strike. I had the chance to visit Roger Dean Stadium this winter. Actually took a trip down to Florida, and while I was down in Florida, I got a chance to stop by just to see a bunch of spring training sites, 9 to be specific. And the 0-1 is swung and popped up foul behind the plate. Roger Dean Stadium, a very nice facility. You can clearly see both teams being well represented there. A very nice looking ballpark down in Jupiter, Florida. It's a good community to watch teams play, and of course you have 4 different minor league play there. 0-2 to Puckett, breaking ball hitting the fairly well. Drifting back is James Simmons, and in front of the warning track, catch and left. So Cody Puckett is retired. He is now 1 for 3 with an RBI single tonight and 2 flyouts. And that is the first out in the 5th inning. Some of the other facilities I got to visit: Space Coast Stadium in Melbourne, Florida, the site for the Washington Nationals, where Dan Lyons used to play in spring training as part of the Nationals organization. Of course, I visited Tradition Field in Port St. Lucie, the home of the New York Mets. First pitch here to John Griffin is a breaking ball outside for ball 1. Got to see the 2 spring in Fort Myers, Florida, where my Uncle David just recently moved. And the Red Sox at JetBlue Park, which is basically a mini version of the park. And Hammond Stadium, home of the Twins, as Griffin swings and misses at a fastball outside for strike one. That ballpark was just renovated during the offseason. Freddie Thon, a former Duck who is now a scout for the Twins, saying that that is his favorite spring training park, trying to not sound biased there, but said they really did a great job with the renovation. 1-1, Griffin swings, fouls it off at the plate, just tipped it down into the dirt, and the count 1-2. On the way back up the West Coast, got to see McKechnie Field in Braden, very old school ballpark, an old style ballpark, which is home to the Pirates. Ed Smith, Sarasota, home of the Orioles. This is taken for a called strike. A fastball at the knees to Griffin. Strikeout number 3 on the night for Scott Main. And they're quickly 2 away. That's now 7 straight retired by Main since allowing a walk to Crawford in the third. Saw Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida, home of the Yankees. Last stop was at Joker Marchand Stadium in Lakeland, Florida, Detroit Tigers. A nice little visit to several facilities. First pitch is a fastball side corner to Jose Morales, 0-1. And for an avid baseball fan like myself, watching the game nonstop, I had only visited one spring training site prior to that, and that was back in 2012, Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. 0-1 downstairs for a ball. That'll even up the count at 1-1 on Morales. Ducks have not picked up a hit since there was 2 out in the second inning when Ford and Puckett picked up back-to-back RBI hits. Since that point, 9 of the last 10 batters have been retired by Scott Main, who has settled in nicely. 1-1. Morales swings. It's a hard ground ball to second. Couple hops there for and it's throw to first in time for the out. Straight inning, the Ducks go down 1-2-3. So Scott Main now pitching well. And through 4.5, we're halfway through. Leading the Bridgeport Bluefish 5-2.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Evan Crawford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit MCU.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal strong, trusted, growing. Municipal is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, the Trout Town fan can, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Ducks with a 5-2 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish in the early going. To the bottom half of inning number 5 is Scott Main, who allowed 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second, has calmed down 3 straight scoreless innings since, allowing just in those 3 innings. Has retired 10 of the last his face, so a good job by Maine to settle in here. And Ian Marshall with a nice 1-2-3 inning in the 4th with 2 strikeouts after allowing a run in both the second and the 3rd innings. So Marshall, Luis Rodriguez, and he lines one into right field for a leadoff base hit on the first pitch. So there is the game for Rodriguez, who in his first at bat had flied out. But Rodriguez picks up his 7th of the year. He's 36. That'll bring up the shortstop and 9-hitter, Ildemaro Vargas. course, after the Ducks have had to go to their bullpen earlier than they would have liked in each of the last 2 games, Kevin Byes hoping that Ian Marshall can give him some length tonight. First pitch to Vargas is a breaking ball strike at the knees. The count 0-1. Vargas tried to bunt his way on his first time up. Bunted it back to the mound. Marshall made a nice play and threw him out at first. Puckett in on the grass at third to guard against it here. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Big breaking ball diving down and away. That off-speed pitch by Marshall, very good tonight. Lots of movement, and you've seen a lot of swings out. The key is making overuse it, especially with the Bluefish often laying off and being patient at the plate. The 0-2 is a breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike 3. Vargas way out in front. That time Marshall realized that Vargas was chasing and got him to go. 5th strikeout of the night for Ian Marshall, and that is the first out. Marshall with the season high in strikeouts tonight and now has 10 strikeouts on the season.
Number 5.
Take a look at some of the out-of-town scores here this inning as well. 1-game final was played this morning. The York Revolution a 5-2 win over the Lancaster Barnstormers at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Marshall's first pitch to Nick Van Straten. Square to bunt, it gets away from Morales, and that'll allow the run. And the ball was down in the dirt. Morales had come out of his crouch and pitched from Marshall down low. So that likely will be a wild pitch. We'll wait and get the official scoring. But either way, a runner now at second with 1 out for Van Straten. Sean Hill got the win for York, who improved to 1-1. Matt Packer, the loss for Lancaster, fell to 2-1. And Julio DePaula, his first save of the year. No homers in the game. York had 2 RBIs and 2 hits from Salvador Paniagua to lead the way. 1-0. Breaking ball, missed low and inside, and Van Straten now ahead 2 balls and no strikes. 2 games going on right now down in Southern Maryland. Playing a 7-inning experimental game tonight. Game counts toward regular season, but they experiment and go with just 7 innings. I'm not really sure all the details of that, but I know the Blue Crabs decided to play a 7-inning game instead of a 9-inning game. And right now, Southern Maryland with a 2-0 lead, top half of the 5th inning. Marshall gets the sign behind 2-0 on Nick Van Straten. Kicking the pitch on the way. Breaking ball, missed up and inside for ball 3. Van Straten singled, stole second, and scored last time up in the 3rd inning. Struck out in the 1st. A walk here would bring the tying run in Sean Burrows. Marshall, and his 3-0 on the way is a for ball 4. So that is the first walk of the night allowed by E. And the 7th drawn this season, Van Straten. The Bluefish now with runners at first and second with 1 out for Sean Burrows. They do rule a wild Rodriguez to go to second. Again, the Blue Crabs with a 2-0 lead. Gabriel Hernandez, the starter for the Blue Crabs. Ryan Kulik, the starter for the River Sharks. Maddox and Molina have driven in the 2 runs for Southern Maryland. First and second, 1 out here. Marshall in a bit of trouble. And here is Sean Burrows, who is 0 for 2 in the game. First pitch on the way. And going outside. That's now 5 straight out of the zone for Marshall. No. Patriots lead it 1-0 over the Skeeters down in Sugar Land, Texas. Second inning. Mickey Story, the starter for the Patriots, and the starter for the Skeeters. 1-0 from the right-hander. Set at the belt. Kicks and fires, and Burrows takes a fastball low and outside. It goes off the glove of Morales. And the count is now 2-0. Marshall working himself into dangerous territory here. Middle of the game, the Ducks had a 5-0 lead. He's given up 2 runs, one in the second, one in the third, of 2 out RBI hits. And now here, a single and a walk after a strikeout on Sean Burrows. Marshall comes, fires, and Burrows swings and lines this one into right field for a base hit. Sabat it off around third and in to score is Rodriguez. Going to third is Van Straten. It's an RBI single for Sean Burrows. And the Ducks lead now down to 2 at 5-3. That's the problem when you fall behind. A 4-pitch walk to Nick Van Straten, and you fall behind 2-0 on Burrows. Throw a pitch over the plate, and Sean Burrows was ready for the fastball. right. So for Burroughs, his 7th run batted, and Stratton goes from first to third. Now the tying runs are on, and here is James Simmons to the plate. So he and Marshall in a lot of trouble here, in danger of losing the lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch on the way to James Simmons. He'll take a fastball low and outside. The big key for Marshall early in the game was getting ahead with first pitch strikes, and in this inning he is having trouble doing that. It's fallen behind 1-0 on each of the last 3 hitters. From the stretch, runners lead at the corners. The 1-0 to Simmons, swung on and missed. At the count at 1-1. Simmons with 17 strikes here. And with those 17 strikeouts, he is quickly by 1 over the Ducks' John Griffin and Sugarland's Denny Almonte. 1-1, and Simmons takes a fastball over the outside corner for a called strike. The count of 1-2. So Marshall trying to retire Simmons here for the 2nd out of the inning. And then you have Andres Rodriguez waiting on deck. 1 ball on the way. Marshall kicks and deals, and Simmons swings a piece, fouled it off to the third base side of home plate. So it keeps the count at 1-2. Simmons had the right his last time up, and that was in the 3rd inning. Batted in of the year. Brought home Van Stratton from 2nd. Outs in the inning. Runners lead at the corners. And another 1-2 from Marshall to Simmons. Popped up in the air to shallow center. Prentice Redmond jogging in. Lines it up, he'll make the catch. Van Stratton will try and score. Here's the throw, it's cut off by Griffin. A sac fly and a run batted in for James Simmons. RBI of the game, and the lead down to 1-4. Out there for the Bluefish as Simmons picks up his 9th in and his 3rd sacrifice fly of the year. Prentice Redmond does not have a great arm in center field, and with Van Stratton's speed, no chance for the Ducks to get him at the plate. So 2 outs, a runner at first, in what is now a 1-run game. And here is Andres Rodriguez, the first baseman and cleanup hitter, who's 0 for 2. First pitch, breaking ball, taken down low and outside for ball 1. Yankees with Yankee Stadium tonight. Orioles just tied the score at 3. Top of the 5th inning. Caleb Joseph and have homered for the Orioles. Joseph is 3rd, and that breaking ball drops in for a strike at the knees, 1-1. And for the Yankees, Alex Rodriguez hitting his 7th of the year, his 661st all-time, which surpasses Willie Mays for 4th on the all-time list. Nathan Eovaldi, the starter for the Yankees, Chris Tillman for the Orioles. 1-1, breaking ball popped up foul, first base side. John Griffin over towards the Bluefish dugout, reaches in, it goes off of his glove and lands in the dugout. Plenty of room there for Griffin to make the catch. He had to reach into the dugout, which is never easy, but the ball went right in and out of his glove and fell into the dugout. So instead of the 3rd out, the count is now 1-2. Tying run Bridgeport, who has scored twice here in the bottom of the 5th, and the great start at 5-0 have seen the lead cut to 1. The offense has the last 3 innings for the Ducks. The 1-2 ball lined, caught by a diving Cody Puckett at 3rd. Nice catch, and that will end the inning. However, the Bluefish cut the deficit to 1. They get 2 runs on 2 hits and a walk. No errors, they leave 1 on base. And we will head to the 6th here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, with the Ducks clinging to a 5-4 lead.
Hey, fan and pitcher, Carmine Giardina, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube.com/DucksBaseball.
The result: PSEG Long Island is delivering 99.9%. We got there by strengthening equipment and clearing trees along power lines across our area. And our new outage management system will continue to ensure improved communications and faster restoration. 99.9% reliable. It's one more way we're serving you better. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.psegline.com/reliability.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates and notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks with you wherever you flock to. Well, the Ducks got off to a great start in tonight's game, taking a 5-0 lead through the first inning and a half. But Bluefish, with a run in the second, a run in the third, and two in the fifth, have made this a one-run game now. And Scott Main, the starter for Bridgeport, has settled into a groove here. He has retired 8 in a row, and 10 of the last 11 hitters since the RBI second by Puckett. So the Ducks will send up their 7-8 against Maine in the sixth, and Long Island could really benefit some runs here, at least one, to give the bullpen some breathing room. There's a up down the left field line for the Ducks, so Ian Marshall's night after 5 innings. From Maine to Crawford is swung on and missed. Cut through a pitch over the outside corner for strike one. Crawford struck out looking in the first, third. And Maine's 0-1. And missed again. Crawford late on the fastball and the in two. Bluefish have a right-hander right field line as the ball got loose from the bullpen all the way down near home plate. And Scott Main, a completely different pitcher right now than he did in the first 2 innings, where he was having trouble locating. Ducks were hitting the ball hard, and since the 3rd inning, Ducks really have not been able to do much of anything off of him. 0-2 to Crawford, and that misses way up and outside for ball one. It's kind of a flash of what we've seen from the Ducks this year. It's flashes of the offense putting together some big innings, but not on a consistent basis. 2, and Crawford swings and misses at the breaking ball, way late for strike 3. 4th K of the night. The left-hander Scott Main, and that is the first out here in the 6th inning. Fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. So with 1 down and the base is empty, that'll bring Regi Corona to the plate. Now 9 straight retired by the lefty Maine. And the first pitch to Corona is a curveball that hits the outside corner for strike 1. Corona extended his hitting streak to 6 straight games with a double to left back in the second. Clearly left the yard. Eventually scored on the RBI single by Brian Sabatella, and then he popped a second in the 0-1. Line drive in a right field. Wellington Dotel barely has to move, though. He'll make the catch. So a good swing by, but he ends up lining out to right. And quickly 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. Ducks are being much more aggressive at the plate here as the game has gone on, which is surprising considering the left-hander had so much trouble locating earlier in the game.
Shortstop number 12, Dan Lyons.
So with 2 down here is Dan Lyons to the plate, the shortstop and 9-hitter batting from the right side. He's over. And the first pitch is a fastball over the outside, strike 1. Lyons struck out looking in the 2nd inning. Force out at second base to end the 3rd. Hit it hard, but Sean Burrows made a nice play on it and got the out at second. 0-1. Breaking ball way low and inside. Goes all the way back to the backstop. The count 1-1. Looks like it is Bruce Kern, the right-hander, who is warming up for the Ducks down the left field line. So if he comes in for Marshall, the Ducks hoping that Kern, Diaz, Ambrose, and Kushmal will be the formula to secure the win. 1-1. Popped up, foul territory, first base. Rodriguez crosses in a foul ground, still backing up. It went over his head and landed on the warning track. Rodriguez having to go back on that ball. The catch, so Lions at bat will continue. And the count still 1. Each team with 6 hits. And Marshall and Maine has started off poorly and has since gotten much better. Off great. And after a good bounce back inning in the 4th, gave up 2 in the 5th. So not his best stuff here tonight. And now the 1-2 on the way to Dan Lyons is a breaking ball low, blocked at the plate by Babineau. And the count even up at 2-2. Ducks are trying to go back to a game over 500, while the Bluefish are trying to move to 2 over 500. Bridgeport with the sweep of this 3-game set. If the Ducks win, they salvage the finale. And the 2-2 to Lions, breaking ball. Good eye by the Ducks' number 9 hitter. And if he's able to draw a walk, it would be the 4th allowed by Maine, and that would give Brian Sabatella an opportunity. So 3-2 the count here on Dan Lyons. Bases empty, 2 out. Ducks clinging to a 5-4 lead, top of the 6th. 3-2 pitch on the way, and Lyons takes low and inside for ball 4. So a very good at bat there for Dan Lyons, which will end up going down as just a plate appearance. Another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. And that's the patience that we saw early in the game from the Ducks. Not chasing too many pitches, not in the count. Just fighting off came his way and taking pitches that were out of the zone. And so Lyons walk, and here is Brian Sabatella, who is tonight with an RBI and a run scored. And with that, out of the dugout, Van Asselberg, the manager of the Bluefish. And I believe we'll have a pitching change here. With the righty Sabatella coming to the plate, it looks as though Bridgeport will go to a right-hander. So Van Asselberg will come to the mound. He will have a talk here with Maine. I believe already has signaled down to the bullpen to make a pitching change. So Maine will exit here tonight. We'll have our first pitching change of the evening as the Ducks lead it 5-4 and looking for more in the 6th.
Hey fans, this is pitching coach Mark. Listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the health of our community. We provide outstanding health at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.lij.com.
Family every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action. Time.
He reaches up.
Value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
Schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Times every time.
Well, the Ducks. Crawford struck out. Corona a fly out to right. Dan Lyons drew the walk after falling behind in the count. 4th walk allowed by Maine, who was brought out after allowing a walk on his 100th pitch of the night. And Fish want to go to a right-hander to face Brian Sabatella, who has singled and fly to left center, I should say, on a great diving catch by Nick Van Stratton. And so Cody Scarpetta is the new pitcher. Brian Sabatella steps up to home plate. And first pitch, runner going, taken low for a ball. The throw to second, not in time. It was a high throw anyway. So Kevin, first pitch, a stolen base for Dan Lyons. And on the steal, it is his second of the season in as many attempts. So Lyons down in scoring position, and now a single from Sabatella to run. Count 1-0 here on the Ducks right fielder. Scarpetta gets the sign and comes set. Long look in here. The 1-0. Sabatella lines it foul down the right field line, out of play. And that'll even up the count at 1-1. By the way, the Bluefish have made a change. Out in left field right now is Rodney Polonia. So Polonia has come into the for Simmons. Not sure if there's an injury at all, but we can. Lions leads at second, 2 down, the 1-1. Sabatella takes inside, nearly hit him. And the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. So Polonia will take over in the number 3 spot in the order. Lions with good speed at second. Made it to second on the start. Scarpetta's 2-1 on Tella. Swung on, grounded weakly here to short. Charging in Vargas. He will on the run. It's in time for the out. And despite stolen base, the Ducks unable to get the run. No runs, no hits. 1 runner left on base. There was 1 error in the inning. They charged an error to Vargas on the pop, not to Vargas, to Rodriguez on the pop-up foul down the right field line. So the Ducks leave a runner on. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It is the Bluefish still trailing the Ducks 5-4.
Hey fans, this is outfielder, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons he is looking up, and on Bark in the park. That one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Iceland.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home. Others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LI. Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
While Cody Scarpetta, action of the season for the Bluefish, is able to get out of the jam. Lions drawing the 2-out walk. Ricky Van Asselberg brings him in. The Lions ends up stealing second on the first pitch to Brian Sabatella, but Sabatella ends up for the final out of the inning on the ground ball to short. The Ducks lead is still just 1. Long Island has gone to their bullpen here in the 6th inning after Ian Marshall goes 5. The Ducks will need the bullpen to record the final 12 outs tonight and give them their first series. And it'll be Bruce Kern to start things off as he comes in to pitch in the 6th. John Alonso to lead off, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses low and outside for ball 1. Alonso tonight 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts, both of them swinging, who struck out 5 tonight. We'll give you his final line in a moment. 1-0. And there's a strike over the outside corner, another breaking ball that'll even the count at 1-1. Kern, this is appearance number 6 on the year, no record, 8 ERA. 1-1, fastball on the outside corner, another. Morales had dropped the ball. But the count goes to 1-2. Kern dangles the right arm as he gets the sign, works out of the stretch. And the 1-2 on the way is a breaking ball low. Alonso would not chase. That'll even the count at 2-2. Alonso will be followed by Dotel and Babineau. Bridgeport has rallied back from 5-0 down in this game to make it a 1-run contest. 2-2 pitch coming from Bruce Kern. Kicks and fires to the plate, and the fastball is up and out. Ball 3. Count now full at 3-2. Ducks ran into trouble last inning when they walked Nick Van Straten with 1 out and fell behind on Burrows before he delivered the RBI single. 3-2 pitch, and Alonso swings and misses for strike 3. Kern blew the fastball by him. Third time tonight Alonso has struck out. This is a night after he had 4 plate appearances, or 4 trips to the bases in 5 plate appearances. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Wellington Dotel. Bruce Kern entering tonight has pitched 4 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, it was earned, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. Opponent hitting just 188. Right-hander has been good in the early going for the Ducks. Here is Wellington Dotel 2. And the first pitch of Dotel is a breaking ball outside for ball 1. Kern thought he had strike 1. Dotel a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in the second inning. Then he grounded to short in the 4th. Each team with 6 hits on the night. And now the 1-0. Dotel takes a curveball. That was missed by Morales. And the count goes to 2-0. Cody Puckett playing right near the line at third. And Rigi Corona, the second baseman, almost right behind second. Ferry pulling into the harbor here in Bridgeport from Port Jefferson. Kern's 2-0 to Dotel. Fastball knees for a called strike. Good pitch from Kern. And Bruce Kern is a 690-pound right-hander who now resides in Yaphank, New York. Born in Stony Brook, went to Bellport High School. Time is called here, and now Dotel will step back into the box. 2-ball, 1-strike pitch coming from the righty. Kicks and swings and grounds this one up the first base line foul. So that'll leave it up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dotel in this series entering tonight had gone 3 for 6. It's now 4 for 8 in this series. And the 2-2 on the way is swung on and grounded towards second. Gobble it up and throw over to John Griffin at first for the. So 2 batters, 2 outs recorded by Bruce Kern. And that will leave it up to the catcher and 7 Abinell. Ducks 5, Bluefish 4, bottom of the 6th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Final game of a 3-game series. Ducks will head back home after the game tonight and open up a 4-game set with the Barnstormers tomorrow evening. First pitch to Babineau. Fastball is up high, goes off the glove of Morales. And the count 1-0. Babineau tonight 1 for 2, had a single and a run scored in the 5th inning. Excuse me, had a single and an RBI in the 2nd inning. Out swinging in the 4th. Now the 1-0 is low and inside for ball 2, and Bruce Kern falls behind a second straight hitter. So with this 1 for 2, Babineau is now 5 for 10 in the series with 2 runs and 2 runs scored. 2-0 on the way from Kern. Babineau takes a fastball that missed low and outside. Kern thought he had a strike there, but it was not called by Warren Nicholson, in the count 3-0. If Babineau reaches, Luis Rodriguez will be next. Ducks had trouble early in the game with 2 out hits. Want to try and avoid 2 out base runners. The 3-0 from Bruce Kern. And Babineau takes a fastball on the outside for strike 1. Has a good lively fastball here. That was what impressed manager Kevin Baez and pitching coach Marty Jansen most during spring training. The 3-1, Babineau swings, lines this one toward him perfectly was Rigi Corona, who had shaded right base, and he's able to make the catch for the final out of the 6th. 1-2-3 inning in his 1 inning of relief thus far. And we'll head to the 7th here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Ducks Fish 5-4.
Hey fans, this is Blake Davis, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 a month for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. $59. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110 or HuntingtonHondaCars.com. 24-month lease. Total due at inception. Civic $31.90 includes bank fee, security deposit, taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-40-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Seventh inning here in Bridgeport. 5-4. The Ducks lead it over the Bridgeport Bluefish. Cody Scarpetta will stay in to pitch the seventh inning after recording the final out of the sixth. Scott Main's final line, 5 2/3 innings to the Bluefish tonight. He gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, all of which were earned. Walked 4 back, struck out 4. Threw 100 pitches, exactly 61 of them for strikes. And right now he'd be in line for the loss. The Ducks trying to add to their 5-4 lead here as we inning number 7. And it'll be Prentice Redmond, Lou Ford, and 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up for the Ducks. So here's Prentice Redmond to bat. He is 1 for 3 on the day, but has scored twice. And the first pitch to Redmond. Fastball missed inside for ball. Redmond a single to left in the first inning, stole second and scored. And then in the second reached on a 1-6 fielder's choice and scored on the RBI double by Lou Ford. Here he swings and pops it foul behind the plate. And that'll even up the count at 1-1. Last time up, he pumped out foul to the first baseman Andres Rodriguez. That was in the 4th inning. Scarpetta ready to deal 1-1. Kicks, fires, and Redmond takes a breaking ball for a strike. Scarpetta split time last year with the Stormers in the Atlantic League and Single A Lynchburg, Braves affiliate in the league. 1-2, curveball swung on and missed for strike 3 as Redmond chased way down and in. First strikeout for the right-hander Scarpetta, and the second strikeout, 5th strikeout of the game for Bluefish pitching. And there's one away.
Designated hitter number 20, Lou Ford.
That'll bring Lou Ford up to the plate. Scarpetta, 6'3", 250 pounds, 26 years old. So the one away here is Lou Ford, who is but has driven in 2 runs today. His 8th and 9th runs batted in of the year, which now puts everybody for the team lead in RBIs. Scarpetta's first pitch to Ford is a fastball way up and inside, ball 1. Ford with an RBI ground out to short in the first inning, and then an RBI double and a run scored in the second. 1-0. Ripped down the left field line, but foul. Good swing, but Ford was a bit out in front of it, and that'll even the count at 1-1. Last year with Lancaster, struggled just 8 starts. He was 0-2 with a 5.3 ERA. With Lynchburg, he was 3-6 with a 4.50 ERA in 12 games, 11 starts. 1-1 downstairs. Scarpetta was originally a draft pick of the Brewers in 2007. Made it up to Double-A in 2011, but never to the big leagues. 2-1 low. So Ford ahead in the count 3-1 with Cody Puckett waiting on deck. Long Island looking to get some insurance runs here as they lead it 5-4 over the Bluefish. 3-1 pitch, and Ford takes low and inside for ball 4. So a 1-out walk to Lou Ford. That is the 5th walk given up by Bluefish pitching tonight. Another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation. So 1 on and 1 out, and up to the plate will step Cody Puckett. Ducks have Amalio Diaz warming down the left field, scheduled to come in and pitch the 7th inning for the Ducks. First pitch from Scarpetta to Puckett upcoming. Here it is. A fastball up and inside for ball 1. This is the beginning of the season. Began the year on the inactive list, dealing with an injury. Healthy now and activated for this series. Ford leads at first with one out in the 1-0, and Puckett takes up and outside on a fastball. So good hitters count here for Cody Puckett. Count 2-0. Puckett had an RBI infield single to third in the second inning. That scored Lou Ford. Aside from that, a fly out to right and a fly out to left. 2-0 on the way. Scarpetta deals and Puckett swings and pops this one up in a right center field. Tail making the call, and the Bluefish right fielder will for the second out. Puckett got a good 2-0, but on it, and he ended up popping it out to right center. So 2 down, and that'll leave it up to Ducks first baseman John Griffin. So Puckett now 1 for 4 in the ball game. Ducks have not picked up a hit since the second inning. They had 6 hits through the first 2 innings, but since then, just 3 walks. No ball from the Ducks lineup. Here's John Griffin at bat from the right side. Scarpetta throws over to first to chase Lou Ford back. Ford has 1 attempt this year. Griffin tonight is 1 for the RBI double back in inning number 1. That scored Prentice. Scarpetta's first pitch. Griffin takes a fastball strike over the outside corner at the belt. Nothing. Since then, Griffin has flied to right and struck out looking. He's now tied with James Simmons for the league lead in strikeouts with 17. Here's the 0-1. Long looking for Scarpetta. Now he deals, and Griffin swings and the fastball. And the count quickly. Kevin Vyas said before the game in meeting with that talked about how the Ducks lead the Atlantic League in strikeouts by hitters to change. Entering tonight as a got 104 times, the only team to break the century mark this year. 0-2, and Griffin takes a fastball up and away for a ball. And so far tonight, 5 strikeouts for Ducks hitters against this Bluefish pitching staff. Griffin looking to come up with a big hit here and try and extend this 5-4 lead. 1-2 on the way. Griffin swings and misses at a breaking ball way down in the dirt. It will run to first, but the throw is in time by the catcher, Babineau. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Scarpetta, and that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left. It's time to stretch here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Ducks 5, the Bluefish.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Mark Rogers, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the official Ducks YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 1100 today. That's 631-231-11.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up. It's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 5-4 Ducks. New pitcher is Amalio Diaz. He will replace Bruce Kern, who threw a 1 inning. And he will try and protect this lead for the Ducks, which sits at 1 run, 5-4, as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Warm day. Why not chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet iced coffee available at the concession stands at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is the coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. Here tonight. And a night that didn't start off well for the fans here of the Bluefish, but has improved the ball game. Bluefish, after falling behind 5, scored 2 in the first, 3 in the second. Bridgeport scored a run in the second, third, and 2 in the fifth. to make this a one-run game. And now Amalio Diaz will come on and one hitters for Bridgeport and try and keep the score right here at 5-4. Warm-up still continuing for the right-hander as Jose Morales was a bit late getting out of the dugout. He was waiting in the on-deck circle when John Griffin flied out to end the top half of the inning. So Morales had to go back to the dugout and exchange his batting attire for his catcher's equipment. So here's Luis Rodriguez to lead off, second and 8-hitter, switch hitter who's batting from the left side, right-hander Diaz. Diaz ready to go on the mound, and his first pitch upcoming to Luis Rodriguez. Right-hander set at the belt, kicks and fires. Rodriguez takes a breaking ball that hits the outside corner for strike one. Rodriguez tonight is 1 for 2. He flied to center in the second inning, single to right and scored back in inning number 5. Diaz comes set, now the 0-1. Kick and the pitch on the way. Rodriguez swings, lines it in, racing over Evan Crawford, still on the run. He can't get it. It drops in for a base hit. Turns first. Crawford fires back in. He'll hold on at first. And the second hit of the ball game for Luis Rodriguez as he goes the opposite way. And the Bluefish get the tying run on to lead off here in the 7th against Amalio Diaz. For Diaz on the season, this is his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. No record, ERA of 3. He's allowed 3 runs, 2 earned in 6 innings of work, 6 hits, a walk, and 10 strikeouts. He throws hard. Tends to give up a few too many hits. So now the leadoff man is on, and Ildemaro bunting here to try and get him to second base. Diaz comes set. First, there's the bunt. Bunts it out in front of home plate. The ball was picked and tagged Vargas, but the home plate umpire Warren Nicholson said that there was a foul ball. Never came out in front of home plate. So Morales was trying to make the tag and get and see what they could do against the runner. But ball did not go out in front of home plate enough for it to be a fair ball, and the Vargas has not sacrificed bunt yet this season. And now the 0-1 from D. Kicks and fires. Vargas squares, bunts it foul at the behind the leg of Morales, and the count quickly 0-2. Scoreboard says 1-1, but the count is definitely 0-2. Cody Puckett will stay in on the grass at third just in case Vargas tries to bunt again with 2 strikes. Definitely possible. So Rodriguez will lead at first with nobody out. It'll be an 0-2 from Diaz, trying to get the first out here in the. Puckett continues to move in. Diaz comes set. 0-2, he squares again and bunts this towards third. Cody Puckett will pick it up. Thought about second, but he's going to take the shore out at first. So the sacrifice is successful for Ildemaro Vargas. The putout goes 5-3. And down to second base goes Luis Rodriguez. So the tying run in scoring position with 1 away. Van Stratton, who has a single and a walk in 3 plate appearances. Space is open, but you're not going to intentionally walk Van Stratton. Doing so would put the go-ahead run on base. And you never go-ahead run on with the free pass. So they will pitch to Van Stratton. 1 out, runner at second, and the Ducks. Diaz, first pitch on the way to Nick Van Stratton. Here it comes, and Van Stratton takes low for ball 1. Blocked at the plate by Morales. Van Stratton struck out in his first at-bat of the night in the first inning, but he singled, stole second, and scored in the third. Walked and scored in the 5th. He's gotten off to a great start this season, has been a thorn in the Ducks' side all series long. 5 hits and 11 at-bats in this series. Runner leads at second, that's Rodriguez. The 1 low and outside for ball 2. intentionally walk him, but you are going to pitch carefully to Van Stratton. However, you have the dangerous Sean Burrows waiting on deck, who had an RBI single to right his last time up in the 5th. The walk does set up the potential double play, but you got a good hitter in Sean Burrows waiting in the on-deck circle. 2-0 coming here to Van Stratton. Diaz looks to second, deals to the plate, and that is a strike at the knees over the inside corner. Good pitch from, and the count goes to 2-1 through Van Stratton, something he wasn't going to, but was able to look strike. Second baseman Corona shades toward the middle, are close at second. Griffin well off the bag at first, and Puckett close to the line at third. His time is now called at home plate. Bluefish trying to sweep this 3-game set. The Ducks are trying to salvage the finale. Long Island ahead by a run here in the bottom of the 2-1 from Amalio Diaz. Kicks and fires to the plate. Van Stratton swings, grounds this one towards the middle. Dan Lyons will field near second. His throw to first in time for the out. So Van Stratton grounds to short. Moving to third on the play is Luis Rodriguez. And that will leave it up to Sean Burrows. Decision for Kevin Baez, and probably an easy one. You're not going to intentionally walk Sean Burrows first base open, even though Burrows has had a much better start to the year than James Simmons. Simmons runs in the game. Actually, they will. My mistake, they will, because I completely forgot. James Simmons is not in the on-deck circle. It is Polonia, who has not played yet in this series. Polonia came in for Simmons out in left, so they will intentionally walk Sean Burrows. You had a lefty hitter in the on-deck circle, so either way you were going to face the does put the go-ahead run on base, though. But Polonio, for the Bluefish, has only played in far. He is 1 for 4 at the plate with a strikeout. So they'd rather deal with Polonia than deal with Burrows. We'll see if Diaz can get the out he needs. First pitch on the way from Diaz to Polonia. And the fastball just missed the corner for ball 1. For Burrows, that is the first time he's been intentionally walked this year. He still remains 1 for 3 with an RBI. Batting from the left side against the righty. D gets the sign from Morales. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and Polonia takes the side, and Diaz behind 2 on Rodney Polonia. Andres Rodriguez deck circle for Bridgeport. Bluefish had some action going in their bullpen. Nothing doing right now, and there's nothing going on for the Ducks. 5-4 Long Island, bottom of the 7th. 2 out and runners at the corners. Diaz comes set. And the 2-0 pitch on the way to Polonia. Kicks and fires and fouls it back to the screen. He was ready for the fastball and got it up and away, but fouled it back to the screen. And here early in the season, it's only game 13 for the Ducks and 12 for the Bluefish, but Long Island wants this one and wants to go home feeling good after a win. And they lead 5-4. Diaz trying to get through this 7th inning without allowing a run. 2-1 to Polonia. Diaz kicks and fires, and Polonia swings and misses at the breaking ball down low. Blocked at the plate by Morales. 2-2. So after allowing on the sacrifice bunt, it goes off the glove of Morales. One will come home to score, and the Bluefish tie the game at 5. It looked like Diaz threw a fastball that went up and away, might have and Morales could not keep it at the plate. And the Bluefish have come back from a 5-0 deficit to tie this game at 5. The last thing you'd want to happen in that scenario, with the light-hitting Polonia at the plate, who came in for James Simmons. And Amalio Diaz with 2 strikes, fires a pitch that went up and away, must have slipped. And we've got a brand new ball game here at 5-5. We'll see if they score that a wild pitch. But either way, now the go-ahead run is at 2 out, and it'll be a 3-2 on the way to Rodney Polonia. Diaz gets the sign from Morales. And his 3-2 pitch on the way is inside for ball 4. So they decide to intentionally walk Sean Burrows to face Rodney Polonia, and Polonia ends up against Diaz. So now the Bluefish with the runner second with 2 out, and that will bring up Andres Rodriguez. Mario Diaz in his last relief appearance before tonight. That was on Sunday at Bethpage Ballpark, allowed a run on 3 hits in 1 inning. And at the time it allowed the Bluefish, the to take a 2-1 lead over the Ducks, and now trying to fish from taking the lead here. First and second, 2 out. Here's Andres Rodriguez. Away from Diaz, and the breaking ball cut on and missed for strike 1. And again, it's still early in the year, but if you're Kevin Baez, you have to start to do now, because Diaz has been having trouble over his last couple outings pitching in this 7th inning role. They did rule it a wild pitch that allowed the run to score. So it is an early. Now the 0-1 to Andres Rodriguez, who was 0 for 3. Side taken for a ball. Diaz up over 20 pitches. And the count goes to 2-1. So the Ducks, who took a 5-0 lead through the first 2 innings of the game, have been held scoreless for the 5 innings since and have not picked up a hit. That's a big reason why it allowed the Bluefish to get back in this game, as Ian Marshall did not have his best stuff tonight, and after a scoreless inning from Bruce Kern, Mario Diaz on a wild pitch with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the inning allows the tying run to come home. And now trying to get out of the inning without giving up the lead. 1-1. That's swung on and missed. That is strike 2, and by saying not giving up the lead, not for it to take the lead. Tie game, of course, the Ducks can get a run, take the lead right back. But you don't want to give Bridgeport. Bluefish seem to be chasing breaking balls here in this inning. Diaz trying to throw the fastball to get Polonia to strike out, but he threw it way up and outside, and Morales was not able to keep it at home plate. As it came up and outside, went off the glove of Morales, and that allowed the run to score. So the count 1-2 here on Andres Rodriguez. Burrows leads at second, Polonia at first with 2 out. Now the 1-2 from Diaz on the way. Kicks and fires, and this is taken low for ball 2. Rodriguez would not chase that one. Again, no action for the Ducks in their bullpen down the left field. Completely in the hands of Amalio Diaz, who has given up an intentional walk and a regular walk in this inning, and of course the wild pitch that has plated the tying run. So that'll be a 2-2 here to Andres Rodriguez. Diaz comes set at the belt. Kicks and fires, and Rodriguez swings and fouls it off first base side out of play. Up onto the roof, and that will roll back down into the ballpark. Amtrak train toots his horn as it goes by here above the outfield wall. We'll have another 2-2 here as Amalio Diaz closer to 30 pitches here in this 7th inning. So Marshall will be denied his year, and Scott Main, who allowed 5 runs in the first 2 innings of the game, will be given a no decision. 2-2 pitch. Rodriguez swings and misses for strike 3. So Diaz is able to strike out the right-hander Rodriguez to get out of the inning. However, it comes 1 batter too late. The Bluefish tie the game. They get a run on just 1 hit, 2 walks, and a wild pitch that scores the run. No errors, 2 left for the Bluefish. We've got a brand new ball game, 5-5, as we go to the 8th here.
Hey fans, this is first baseman John Griffin, and you're listening on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Few places on earth offer the of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is a top destination for families of all ages. Experience carefree communities, the dazzling night, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 or fare and scheduling information, please visit FireIslandFerries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the entire season through quotes directly from the players, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at .wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, blog of the Long Island Ducks. Well, we go to the 8th. Amalio Diaz with a 2-strike, 2-out wild pitch that allows Luis Rodriguez to score from third. The Ducks see their 5-0 lead evaporate here tonight. Blame can be placed on two people, or two sets of parties in this game. One on the Ducks pitching staff, which allowed the Bluefish to score a run in the second, a run in the third, 2 in the fifth, and one more in the seventh. And another has to go to the Ducks offense, which started off fantastically in tonight's game with 5 runs and 6 hits over the first 2 innings. But since in the 5 innings, from the 3rd through the 7th, they have picked up 3 walks, and that is it. No hits at all against Scott Main or Cody Scarpetta, and now a new pitcher is in for the Blues after 1 1/3 innings from Scarpetta, and he will face Jose to lead things off. We have not heard the announcement as to who the new pitcher is. Trying to tell here as the first pitch to Morales is in for a strike. It is 13, Luis Perdomo, who has come in to pitch for Bridgeport. Second appearance of the series for the right-hander. 0-1 to Morales. Swung on and ripped down the right field line, but this is going to hook foul. Another hard-hit ball by a Ducks batter, but unable to keep it fair. The count goes to 0-2. So 1 Scarpetta, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 2 hits. Game in the hands of the bullpens here. Morales followed by Crawford and Corona. And the 0-2 from Perdomo is swung on and line into left center field. Nick Van Stratton on the run, still going back, and in left center he makes the running catch. Well, even when the Ducks hit the ball hard, Nick Van Stratton's defense and Bridgeport's defense as a whole is making every play they need to, and that's the luck the Ducks are in right now. They can't seem to get the big hits that they need. They can't seem to get the big outs they need from the pitching staff or the defense, and the Ducks trying to avoid a 4th consecutive loss here. And it has that eerily seem feel somewhat to the losing streak of last year, where the Ducks were in some of these games and not get the big hits they needed. First pitch here to Evan Crawford, swung on and missed for strike 1. For Perdomo, this is his 6th appearance of the year. He is 1-0 with a 1.0 ERA, just 1 run allowed in 5 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. 0-1 to Crawford, and he'll swing and miss. A half swing on a pitch diving down and away. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts and a walk in this game. And again, the Ducks are still looking for their first hit since the 2nd inning. 0-2 the count. Perdomo kicks and fires, and Crawford checks his swing, takes down and away. And that is ball 1. Hector Ambrose, the right-hander, is starting to walk down the left field line. He is scheduled to pitch in the 8th inning, but of course now will come in a tie game rather than with his team in the lead on 4 in the 8th. Side, that'll leave in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Will be followed by Rigi Corona, who is nowhere near the on-deck circle. He is almost played here. Perdomo comes, and the 2-2. Crawford fouls it off to the screen behind the plate. And that'll keep the count even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crawford now has 8 hits in his first 36 at-bats, and very unlike him, he has 15 strikeouts on the year now. Said just way too many strikeouts for this offense early in the season. Another 2-2. And Crawford swings and fouls it to the backstop behind the plate. Was able to get a piece of it to stay alive. And that'll so the Ducks Tied at 5 apiece as we play top of the 8th inning. Ducks had a 5-0 lead. Bluefish throughout the game have scored 5 runs as Crawford takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 3. That is the 3rd time tonight that Evan Crawford has struck out. First strikeout for Perdomo. And quickly 2 away. Ducks just haven't been able to get any rallies going. They had a 1-out walk in the 3rd, a 2-out walk in the 6th, and a stolen base that put Lyons at 2nd, but Sabatello grounded to short to end the inning. And then a 1-out walk in the 7th, but nothing further. So with 2 down to the plate steps Luigi Corona, who was 1 for 3 tonight with a double and a run. No Ducks with a multi-hit game here. Just 2 hits last night, the only multi-hit game for the Ducks in this series. First pitch on the way. Corona grounds this one weakly here to short. Charges, Fields, throws to first in time. Ace Perdomo, an easy 1-2-3 inning as the Ducks go in order here in the top of the 8th. Go to the bottom of the 8th, all tied at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is infielder Cody Puckett, and you're listening to Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Nicoloc paver, Nicoloc paver. Pave your way.
Hey, Ducks fans, do you want all the latest in your 3-time Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM. Day and make sure to follow along throughout the entire season. Good times every time.
Mario Diaz in 1 inning over 9-run a score on a 2-out, 2-strike wild pitch. And the Ducks now 6 consecutive innings at the plate have not picked up a hit against this Bluefish pitching staff. Still stuck at the 6 hits they had through the first 2 innings. So Mario Diaz will come in. He will face John Alonso, Wellington Dotel, and Ryan Babineau, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for Bridgeport here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, Ducks fans, you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? You should follow Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LI. The faithful flock will be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding player signings, league activities, and so much tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LI. Well, after 2 blowouts by the Bluefish in the first series, the Ducks and the Bluefish playing a tight one here in the series finale. More like what we have seen from these 2 teams over. Here's John Alonso to lead off. Hector Ambries' first pitch is a fastball that misses low and away for ball 1. This is his 6th appearance of the year. 5 innings of work, has given up 2 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. 1-0. There's a breaking ball strike over the outside corner, 1-1. Alonso has struck out 3 times in this game, all swinging, once in the 2nd, once in the 4th, and once in the 6th. So Ambry's trying to give him the golden sombrero here in the test. And the 1-1 from the right-hander on the way. Alonso just way out in front of the breaking ball. And the count 1-0. As a pitching staff, Ducks have struck out 7 batters tonight. And that'll be a 1-2 from Ambries to Alonso. Bluefish have a righty warming in the bullpen. Kicking the pitch is low, taken by Alonso, and the count 2-2. Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard again, 1-game final earlier today. It was the Revolution 5, the Barnstormers 2 at Clipper Magazine Stadium in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Sean Hill, the win, improved to 1-1. The loss drops to 2-1. And Julio DePaula picked up his first pitch from Ambries. And Alonso takes low and Ambrose would not get him to chase. 3-2. No home runs in the game. But with 2 hits and 2 RBIs was Salvador Paniagua. Ambrose comes set. Kicks. Alonso will swing and miss for strike 3. Ambrose got him to all first strikeout for Ambrose, and Alonso has the golden 4 strikeouts all swinging. With 1 out, that'll bring up Wellington Dotel. Final in Southern Maryland, where they were playing a 7-inning game tonight just to experiment the length of the game. And it was the Blue Crabs 5, the River Sharks 1. Camden had just 2 hits in the game. 1 hour and 59 minutes. Gabriel Hernandez, the winner, through a complete game. And the loser, Ryan Kulik, dropped to 1-1 on the year. First pitch to Wellington Dotel is a breaking ball swung on and missed for strike. Jeremy Barfield hit his 3rd home run of the season for the River Sharks. Had 2 home runs for the Blue Crabs, his 2nd and his 3rd of the year. 0-1 pitch from Ambrose to Dotel. Dotel takes low and outside, even the count. Somerset Patriots have a 6-1 lead over the Skeeters. Bottom of the 5th inning down in Sugar Land, Texas. Mickey Story, the starter for the pitching. Dan Meadows started for the Skeeters. Robbie Weinhardt is now in the game. 1-1 pitch from Ambrose. Kicks and fires and chops this one foul at the plate. And the count 1-2. Patriots have from Robert Andino, and 4 other players have. Neal has 2 hits for Somerset. So it'll be a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch coming from Ambrose with 1 out and the base is empty. Dotel 1 for 3 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored. Here's the 1-2, and Dotel swings and screen. So that'll keep the at-bat alive. Yankees lead it 4-3 in the 7th inning at Yankee Stadium against the Yankees having hit his 7th home run of the year, 661st of his career, which surpasses for 4th place on the all-time list. Royals have a home run from Jimmy Paredes, his 4th of the year, his 3rd. 1-2 pitch on the way, and low in the dirt. Dotel would not chase, the count 2-2. Nathan Eovaldi started for the Yankees. Justin Wilson now pitching. Chris Tillman was the starter for the Orioles. Tommy Hunter is now in the ballgame. Again, 4-3 Yankees, bottom of the 7th inning. Tampa Bay Lightning were trying to close out their series against the Canadians and go on to the Eastern Conference Finals, but Montreal leads at 6-2 late in the 3rd period down in Tampa. 2-2 to Dotel, swinging a tapper foul to the plate. Dotel just getting a piece to stay alive. Six different players have scored for Montreal in the game. And here the Ducks and the Bluefish, are tied up at 5 apiece. In a seesaw battle, Ducks took a 5-0 lead. Bluefish throughout the rest of the game have pulled even. And now another 2-2 to Dotel. Fastball just missed the outside corner. Ambrose thought he had strike. Didn't get the call from Warren Nicholson, and now the count full. Last thing the Ducks can afford to do is walk hitters and allow the go-ahead run on base. When Bridgeport gets runners on, ways to put runs on the board. In every inning they have scored at least 1 run. In the innings where they haven't had a runner on, they have ground ball to short, and Lyons completes the out at first. So Ambrose wins the battle with Dotel, gets him to ground out to short. And 2 away. Now we'll leave it up to Ryan Babineau. Bluefish have scored runs in the 2nd and 3rd, single run in each of those innings. After a 1-2-3 first from Marshall and a 1-2-3 fourth from Marshall, Bluefish scored 5th. Bruce Kern threw a 1-2-3 6th. And then the Bluefish scoring the tying run in the 7th on a 2-out, 2-strike wild pitch from Diaz. First pitch missed outside of Babineau for was 1 for 3 tonight, an RBI single to center in the 2nd inning. He has struck out and lined out to second base. 1-0 from Ambrose. Kicks and fires. And the breaking ball misses down low and outside for ball 2. Looking ahead to the ninth inning, Ducks will have their 9, 1, and 2 hitters coming to the plate. Lyons, Sabatella, and Redmond. Probably a new right-hander will come into the game. See if it's Tim Gustafson for the Bluefish. Duo from Ambrose. Kicks and fires, and Babineau takes a for strike one. Good pitch that time from the Ducks right. Again, Long Island game tonight. They'll open up a 4-game set with the Lancaster Barnes. And the Bluefish will head to Somerset and take on the Patriots. Patriots will be flying back tomorrow from Sugar Land. Babineau takes. That's low for ball 3. And another put the go-ahead run on. And Ryan Babineau with 2 outs and give Luis Rodriguez, who has 2 hits and 3 at-bats, an opportunity. 3-1 from Hector Ambrose. Kicks and fires and misses. Got him to chase the breaking ball and the count full at 3-2. So many of the light crowd still on hand here as we play in the bottom of the 8th. 5-5 the score, and the Bluefish trying to get a 2-out. The 3-2 from Hector Ambrose on the way. Babineau swings, pops side out of play. 3-2. Bluefish gave out to the first 500 fans tonight a t-shirt, which on the front says Bridgeport Bluefish and has a drawing of BB, the Bluefish mascot, holding ducks, although they look more like penguins. Holding them out to the side, and on the back it says Duck Hunters with a back. And Babineau swings, grounds this one to the left side. Cody Puckett will gobble it up, and his throw to first right on target for the final out. So Hector Ambrose does his job in the 8th, works a 1-2-3 inning, and that will send us to the 9th, all tied up at 5 apiece here in the final game of this 3-game set.
Hey fans, this is relief pitcher Bruce Kern, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Thinking about financing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe. The Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks homes. Features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. New pitcher for the Bluefish as we get up at 5 apiece is the right-hander Tim Gustafson. Chance for a save here at home when you're tied in the 9th inning, but the closer for Bridgeport comes in to face the 9, 1, and 2 hitters for the Ducks. Brian Sabatella and Prentice Redmond due up to get the lead for the first time since the 7th inning. They had a 5-4 lead going into the inning, and a wild pitch by Amalio Diaz allowed the tying run to score. Again, the Ducks had a 5-0 lead after the top of the 2nd inning. But Bridgeport has stormed back since and tied the game at 5. For Gustafson, this will be his 5th appearance of the season. He has 1 save, no record, and a 2.25 ERA. So here is Dan Lyons to lead 0 for 2 with a walk in the game. Ducks looking for a base runner here to start things off. First pitch, Lyons swings and pops it in. Drifting in is Nick Van Stratton, right there. Catch. And on 1 pitch, Dan Lyons retired for the first out. Again, over the last 6 innings, the Ducks have not picked up 6 hits through the first 2 innings. Since then, they have drawn a total of 6, but that has been it. So on one pitch, Dan Lyons just retired, and that'll bring up the leadoff hitter in the Ducks lineup, Brian Sabatella. Sabatella tonight is 1 for 3. He had an RBI single in the second inning. His on-base streak now a season-high 8 games. And in the first, drew a walk and scored a run. He has stolen 2 bases in this game. Which misses low and outside for ball 1 from Gustafson. Sabatella in his 2 at-bats since the second left center. It was a diving catch by Nick Van Str and then grounded to short in the 6th. And here he takes a called strike in the count. 1-1. Gustafson 4, giving up a run on 4 hits and 4 walks with 4 strikeouts. Ground ball to short. Right there is Vargas, and his throw to first in plenty of time. 2 batters and 2 quick outs for Tim Gustafson. Just night and day, the Ducks offense here in this game. They were red hot through the first 2 innings. They sent 7 batters to the plate in each inning. And since then, they have not sent more than 4 batters to the plate in a single inning. That's a big reason why the Bluefish came back in this game, was because the Ducks offense went cold. First pitch is a fastball outside for ball 1. Gustafson, a returner to the Bluefish from a year ago. Now the 1-0 is taken out. So Redmond ahead in the count here, 2 balls and no strikes. Lou Ford will be next. Gustafson last pitched on Sunday through a scoreless inning in Camden, allowing just 1 walk. 2-0. Redmond takes outside for ball 3. Gustafson, in his 9th season of professional baseball, was also named the pitching coach for the Bluefish this year, in addition to his duties as the closer. 3-0, Redmond takes all the way. That misses low for ball 4. So the Ducks get a 2-out base runner here. That is the 6th walk given up by Bluefish pitching tonight. It's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. And that will give Lou Ford an opportunity with 2 out and the go-ahead run at first base. Ducks have 2 pitchers throwing in the bullpen right now. The main guy warming up is the lefty who pitched last night, and the other Cushmal just lightly throwing in case the Ducks take the lead. First pitch, Ford takes low and outside. Nice block by Babineau. And Redmond goes to second, and the Ducks have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Ford has driven in 2 runs tonight, an RBI ground out to short in the first and an RBI double to left in the second. Scored a run in the second inning as well. A walk in the 7th. And we'll take the fastball at the belt for strike 1. So Tim Gustafson trying to send this game to the bottom of the 9th inning, tied at 5 apiece. Be a 1-1 from the right-hander. Redmond leads at first with 2 down. Here's the pitch, and Ford grounds this one towards second. Right there is Rodriguez. He'll flip it the short way to second. And for a 7th straight inning, the Ducks are still hitless. No runs, no hits, 1 left. And we will go to the bottom of the 9th. Bluefish will try and waddle off with the walk off sweep as the game is tied at 5 apiece.
Fans, this is pitcher Ian Marshall, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/baseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Park night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Oh, every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge out on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. Make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Well, we go to the bottom of the ninth. Ballpark at Harbor Yard. Ducks had a 5-0 lead early, and they have come back to tie the game at 5. And Patrick Kreider will come up at the bottom of the ninth. And will try and rebound from a couple appearances in a row in which he has allowed a run. He'll face Luis Rodriguez, Ildemaro Vargas, and Nick Van Stratton, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the Bluefish lineup. If the Ducks can get out of the inning without giving up a run, we will play extras on this, the last game of the series. Any run that scores for the Bluefish will win the game here tonight and clinch a 3-game sweep for Bridgeport. Well, Ducks fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app powered by Clear Vision Apps has officially arrived. Buy tickets and stay up to date on Long Island's hometown team right on your mobile device. Today for free by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Android-powered device. So Luis Rodriguez will lead things off. His first 3 at-bats all came from the left side. Now he will bat from the right side against Patrick Kreider. And Rodriguez 2 for 3 tonight with 2 runs scored. First pitch from Kreider on the way. Rodriguez takes low and inside for ball 1. Kreider came in to pitch an inning in relief yesterday, made an error that started off the inning, and eventually a run came home to score. Let's go Bluefish chant up from the crowd. That'll be a 1-0 pitch to Rodriguez. Kreider deals, and Rodriguez a strike over the outside corner on the breaking ball. And the count 1-1. Kreider made an error on the little dribbler. Burrows threw a wild pitch that moved Burrows to second. Threw a pitch that was a pass ball, moved him to third. And Simmons drove him home with an RBI ground out to short. 1-1. And Rodriguez swings, lines this one into center field, a base hit. Third hit of the night for Luis Rodriguez. And the Bluefish have the winning run on to start off here. Kreider allowing the yesterday in his 1 inning of relief. On Sunday, runs on 4 hits and a walk in 2/3 of an inning.
Shortstop number 2, Ildemaro Vargas.
And the Ducks trying to find a way to salvage the finale of this series. They went up 5-0, but since that second inning have not picked up a single hit. And that is going to bring Marty Jansen out of the dugout to talk things left-hander. Ducks have no action now down the left field line. Kreider is the 4th reliever used by the Ducks. Their bullpen a ton of late. And tonight, Bruce Kern, who has been pitching great this year, continuing to do his job. And Hector Ambrose, who has been pitching great, does his job. But in the middle, Amalio Diaz allowed a leadoff single, allowed a 2-out walk after they intentionally walked Sean Burrows. He threw a wild pitch that scored the run. That is the game. And the closer Ryan Cush begun to warm for the Ducks. Marty Jansen went out to give him some up. Kreider not happy. Neither are the Ducks with the fact that the leadoff hitter reaches on the single. Here's Ildemaro, who couldn't lay a bunt down until he had 2 strikes on him. He was in the 7th. Kreider steps off, and Fred DeJesus is going to call a balk. Kreider tried to step off, or no, they did not call a balk. I thought they had pointed initially that it was a balk. Time here because a ball had escaped from the Bluefish bullpen and came onto the field, and that is why Kreider stepped off. So, runner still at first with nobody out. Vargas at the plate. It was 0 for 2, had a sac bunt his squares here, and the first pitch is bunted to the first base side of the by Griffin, who will throw to Corona covering first. So the sacrifice is successful. The putout goes 3. Second sac bunt of the game for Vargas, and down to second goes Rodriguez, who again represents the winning run. And now the righty swinging Nick Van Stratton will come up to the plate. Again, first base is open here, and that run does not matter, but they're not going to intentionally walk Van Stratton. And instead, Kevin Baez is going to come out and bring in his closer, Ryan Cushmall here, who has not pitched. Set up a righty-righty matchup with Nick Van Stratton. So Kevin Baez comes to the mound. He will take the baseball from Pat, who gave up a single and a sacrifice bunt. Change here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. And score tied at 5 with the winning run at second base and 1 out.
Hey fans, this is pitching coach Marty Jansen, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2015. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. How we're improving every day to bring you better service. www.pseglinY.com/.
Kevin Baez has gone to his bullpen yet again here tonight. The fifth reliever out of the bullpen for the Ducks is the closer, Ryan Cushmall. Bluefish getting a leadoff single from Luis Rodriguez against Patrick Kreider, the left-hander. And then Ildemaro Vargas laying down the sacrifice bunt to move him over. And Kevin Baez with Nick Van Straten, a righty hitter, calls on a righty to try and get Van Straten out and keep this game tied. Of course, that does get Van Straten out. He'll still have to face the lefty Burrows. Now, the Ducks do have two more lefties in the bullpen, but they cannot keep pitching because if this game ends up going extra innings, the Ducks are going to need to be able to throw. So Cushmall comes in. He has pitched in 5 games thus far. No hits, no runs. Has walked 2 and struck out 6. Has saved 4 games. And now he'll face Nick Van Straten, who is 1 for 3 tonight with a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. So here is Cushmall to face Van Straten. Rodriguez, the winning run at second base, 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. First pitch on the way from Cushmall. And Van Straten takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. On Sunday, through a scoreless inning, striking out 3 batters. We'll send the game to the bottom of the 9th with Here comes the 0-1. Cushmall comes set at the belt. Looks to second. And the 0-1 swung on and lifted into right field. Brian Sabatella is right there. He'll make the catch. Rodriguez will stay put at second. So Cushmall able to do the job against the first hitter he faces, and that is retire the righty swinging Nick Van Straten. And now that'll bring up Sean Burrows. So if you're Kevin Baez, what do you do? Burrows tonight is 1 for 3 with an RBI single and was intentionally time up, and they are going to intentionally walk him. They do not want to face Sean Burrows and his danger, so instead they will face Rodney Polonia. Same situation happened last time, except they had a runner at third and 2 out. Intentionally walked Sean Burrows to face Rodney Polonia. And with a 2-2 count, Amalio Diaz threw a high fastball that went off the glove of Morales into the backside. Pitch, the Bluefish tied the game at 5. In this situation, first and second after the intentional walk to Burrows. And here is Jovan Rosa, who is going to come in as a pinch hitter. First pitch on the way, and Rosa swings, lifts this one. Racing in his Sabatella is still coming on. He is going to. And Ryan Cushmall is able to get out of trouble. So despite a runner at second with 1 out, Cushmall gets a fly out to right from Van Straten. Walks Sean Burrows and gets a fly out to right off the bat of Jovan Rosa. So in the inning, no runs, 1 hit, 2 left. Bonus baseball coming up here in Bridgeport, all tied at 5 apiece.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment too. Together, we 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting or on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. Is Patrick Mincy bonus baseball tonight here at Harbor Yard to close out this 3-game series as the Ducks are tied at 5. Again, to recap, the Ducks scored 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second against Scott Main, the starter for the Bluefish. Bridgeport, though, rallied back. They got a run in the second and a run in the third against Ian Marshall, 2 more in the 5th to make it a 1-run game. And then after a scoreless inning from Bruce Kernan in the 6th, Amalio Diaz throws a 2-strike, 2-out wild pitch in the 7th that allowed to tie the game at 5. Hector Anderson scoreless inning in the 8th. Ryan Cushmall and Patrick Kreider combined for a scoreless inning in the 9th after Kreider allowed a single and a sac bunt to Cushmall gets a flyout from Van Stratton, intentionally walks Sean and gets Jovan Rosa to fly out to left to end the inning. So here's Cody Puckett to lead off against Patrick Mincy, and the first pitch is a fastball that missed upstairs for ball 1. Rosa is now in the game in left field, 3rd left fielder of the night for the Bluefish. The 1-0 is a strike over the outside corner, leaving the count at 1-1 on Cody Puckett. Again, Jovan Rosa went in as a pinch hitter for Polonia in the bottom of the 9th. 1-1 is hit on the ground here to 3rd. Sean on a couple hops, and his throw to first is in time. Puckett is retired, and that is the first out. So Cody Puckett is now 1 for 5 in the game. Again, if you're just joining us, the Ducks had 5 runs on 6, 2 innings of the game. Since that point, they have not picked up a single hit. That covers a span of 7 1/3 innings now. They have picked up 4 walks in that span, but not a single hit. Here's John Griffin. First pitch to him, breaking ball hits the outside corner for strike 1. For Mincy, this is his 7th appearance of the year. 4 1/3 scoreless innings, has given up a hit and 4 walks while striking out 2. The 1-0, ground ball past the mound. Mincy ricochets to 3rd. Burrows fields, throws to 1st for the out. It looked like the Ducks initially were going to catch off of the glove of Mincy, but it went right. And so on the 1-5-3 put out, quickly 2 away for the Ducks. The Ducks have not been able to take advantage of the walks that they have been issued by Bluefish pitching here tonight. And after a great start offensively, Long Island has gotten very cold here in this game.
Catcher number 26, Jose Morales.
And Bridgeport, throughout the game, kept chipping away, and finally were able to tie it when Amalio Diaz threw the wild pitch in the 7th. 2 out, here's Jose Morales, swings at the first pitch and pops it up foul. Third base side of the plate, Ryan Babineau on the warning track will make the catch. And a very easy 1-2-3 inning as he sets the Ducks down in order on 2 groundouts. We will go to the bottom of the 10th, and we are still tied at peace.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Highway Lindenhurst or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pave. Nicoloc pavers. Pave your way.
Enjoy VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by the company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. Well, Patrick Mincy needs just 6 pitches to get through a 1 of the 10th inning. As the Ducks struggles offensively continue. And to say that in a game when they score 5 runs. Runs came in the first 2 innings. Since then, they have not been able to do anything at the plate except for walks. And Ryan Cushmal, who came in to get out of the jam in the 9th, will stay in to pitch here in the 10th. And will face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Bluefish, Andres Rodriguez, John Alonso, and Wellington Dotel. Ducks just needing to find a way to push across a run here. But every time, the Bluefish starting to put together some rounds and threaten against the Ducks. Long anything going against the Bluefish pitching staff. And again, it's been flashes for the They got off to a great start on the season. They went on the opening road trip. Could have easily at some point gone 6-1 in that road trip. But they ended up going 4-3. They took 2 of 3 at home against the Skeeters. But I haven't had it here in this series. First pitch from Cushmal to Rodriguez, low and outside for ball 1. First time that Cushmal is going to go more than 1 inning in a game this year. He's pitched 5 games, 5 innings of work entering tonight. And now he's into his 2nd inning of relief. For 4 on the night. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball that just missed the outside corner. The count 2-0. Ducks trying to end a 3-game losing skid. The Bluefish trying to win their 4th straight. We had 2-0 from Cushmal. Lines and fires, and Rodriguez takes a fastball strike over the outside corner of the count, 2-1. Cushmal picked up 4 saves in his first 4 opportunities, all on the opening road trip for the Ducks. Long Island winning both games by a wide margin against Sugar Land, and then he in a tie game in the 9th inning during the series. Now this is Cushmal's first action of this series, with Bridgeport 2 games by a wide margin. 2-1, chopped foul at the plate by Rodriguez. And that'll leave it up the count at 2-2. Bridgeport with a right-hander warming down the right field line. 2nd straight road trip for the Ducks, in which the last game of the trip goes to extra innings. They played 10 innings in the last game in Southern Maryland and lost that game to the Blue Crabs. 2-2. Ball just missed the outside corner. Rodriguez thought about it, but he did not. And the count 3-2. Ducks have dropped both of their extra inning games this year. 1 to Southern Maryland and 1 to them in 10 innings. Here comes the 3-2. Cushmal kicks and fires, and Rodriguez a check swing. Will appeal to first. And Fred DeJesus says he did not go around. And so a leadoff walk to Andres Rodriguez, and that is how the 10th inning starts for the Bluefish. Last thing you want to do is allow a leadoff walk, but that is what Cushmal has done here.
Designated hitter number 26, John Alonso.
Alonso to the plate, who was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts on the Alonso to bat from the right side again. Rodriguez leads at first. Alonso takes a fastball over the outside corner for strike 1. Out swinging in every even inning tonight, the 2nd, the 4th, the 6th, the 8th. See if Cushmal can get him to do it again here in the 10th. Here's the 0-1. And this well hit to left field. Evan Crawford racing back. He won't get it. It drops in for a. Rodriguez will stop at 2nd. So a walk and a single, and the Bluefish have runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the 10th inning against Ryan Cushmall. Trying to find in the notes what their extra inning record is, but I cannot find that here in their notes anywhere for this year. Bluefish are extra inning games, so they just found it. They lost on opening night in 11 innings, 2-1 at Camden, and then lost on Thursday, April 30th, 4-2 in 10 innings to Somerset. Kevin Byes, the manager of the Ducks, comes out of the dugout to talk things over with Cushmall and the rest of his infield. The Ducks in trouble here. First and second, nobody out on a walk and a single. And up to the plate will step Wellington Dotel, who is 1 for 4 with a run scored here tonight. Cushmall was able to work out of the jam in the ninth. First and second, 2 out. Runner at second with 1 out. And he was able to get out of trouble. Ducks expecting a bunt here from Dotel. Puckett in on the grass at third. First pitch from Cushmall. He kicks and turns back to second to keep Rodriguez close to the bag. Neither Rodriguez nor Alonso run particularly well. Neither have a stolen base this year. Dotel does not have bunt yet this season. Puckett not playing very in. He's just very slightly on the grass. Cushmall's first pitch, Dotel does not square, and he swings and misses through. And the count 0-1. So it appears that Ricky Van Asselberg will let Dotel swing away here to try and get the hit that could win the game for the Bluefish. 5-5 the score, bottom half of the 10th inning here in Bridgeport. Cushmall looking for either a strikeout or potentially a double play, but anyway, he is trying to get at least 1 out here to get the first down of the 10th inning. Here's the 0-1. Fast, just missed the outside corner. Good. Kevin Byes does not like the call at all from Warren Nicholson, and he is barking dugout. Nicholson running back to Kevin Byes. Ball that must have just missed the outside corner near the knees. So the count now 1-1 on Dotel. Cushmall gets the sign. Runners lead at first and second. Dotel squaring a. And here's the pitch. It is bunted. No, it's not bunted. Dotel pulled back last second. It went off the glove of Morales, but not far enough away for the runners to move. Dotel was waving for Rodriguez to go, but it's a good thing for the Bluefish that Rodriguez didn't. Had he gone, there would have been plenty of time for Morales to throw him out. So the count now 1-1 on Wellington Dotel. Did not square, and did square on the second pitch. 2-1. Cushmall comes set. Dotel does not square. Takes the fastball low. On the count now 3 balls and a strike. 1 more out of the zone would load the bases for nobody out for Ryan Babineau. Bluefish with the winning run at second and nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th inning against Ducks closer Ryan Cushmall. And the 3-1 pitch coming to Wellington Dotel. Cushmall comes set, deals to the plate, and Dotel takes a fastball over the outside corner for strike 2. Big from the tall right-hander for the Ducks. And at 6'4", 210 pounds out of Fenimore, Wisconsin. So 3-2 count. Put in motion here with nobody out. Runners do not have a ton of speed. And the 3-2 on the way from Cushmall to Dotel. Right, he kicks and fires, and Dotel swings and fouls this one over the screen behind home plate. So we will do it once again at 3-2. Bluefish do not have a walk-off win yet this season. Put first, and the 3-2 pitch. Cushmall kicks and fires, and Dotel swings and grounds this one to second. Corona will flip to short for 1. The 2 in time. A 4-6-3 double play induced by Cushmall. Just what he was looking for. And so that is the second out, the first and second outs of the inning. Rodriguez moves to third on the play. And that will bring up Ryan Babineau. This is open here, but you're not going to walk Babineau because you have Rodriguez on deck, and Rodriguez has 3 for 4. So instead, you'll face Babineau in a righty-righty matchup. 4 with an RBI single that came way back in the second inning. First pitch from Cushmal on the way. Kicks and fires, and Babineau takes a fastball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Since the single, Babineau has struck out in the 4th, lined to second in the 6th, and grounded to third in the 8th. 5-5 game, 2 outs, the winning run 90 feet away from the plate at third for Bridgeport. Cushmal ready to deal 0-1. Kicks and fires, and Babineau swings and misses. Fastball, and the count 0-2. If this game goes to the 11th, the Ducks will have the bottom 3 in their order coming up: Crawford, Corona, and Lyons. Cushmal looks in for the sign from Morales. A long look in, likes. And the 0-2 from Cushmal to Babineau on the way. The pitch is taken upstairs. Cushmal trying to get him to chase. He would not. And the count 1-2. Bluefish 9-6 here tonight. And the Ducks trying a 4th inning. Runner at third, 2 down. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Babineau. At the belt, deals to the plate, and Babineau fouls this one off down the right field line. Well out of play beyond the seating bowl. And we'll do it once again at 1-2. Ducks entered the game at 6-6, Bluefish at 6-5. And Cushmal trying to get out of a big jam here in the bottom of the 10th. It'd be the second straight inning he finds him if he can get Babineau out. Coming. Right-hander gets the sign and comes set. Pitch, and Babineau swings and misses for strike 3. Ryan does it again. After allowing a leadoff walk, he induces a double play and strikes out Babineau to get out of the jam. No runs, 1 hit, a walk. A runner left at third, the winning run for Bridgeport. We will go to the 11th. For the first time this year, the Ducks will play. We remain tied at 5.
Hi, this is John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending MCU Home Buying Seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Luxury Suites, the Smokin' Owls Party Deck, the Trout Town Fan. So much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Ryan Cushmal working out of a first and second jam in the bottom of the 10th inning. Walked the leadoff man, Andres Rodriguez, gave up a single to John Alonso. But he gets a double play ground ball off the bat of Wellington Dotel and strikes out Ryan Babineau to end the threat. And we remain tied at 5 as we go to the top half of the 11th inning. And for the Ducks, They will send Evan Crawford to the plate, followed by Reggie Corona and Dan Lyons, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. They'll face Eric Draxton, the righty pitcher who comes in for Bridgeport. Crawford takes the first pitch for a fastball strike over the and the count 0-1. Crawford 0 for 3 tonight with a 1. It's all strikeouts. Ducks batters have 7 times in this game. And the 0-1. Sway late on the fastball and the count 0-2. Draxton relieves Patrick Mincy, who threw just 6 pitches in the 10th inning and retired the side 1-2-3 on 2 groundouts and a foul pop-out. 0-2 to Crawford. Fastball just missed low. The count 1-2. Burrows right along the line at third. The first baseman Andres right along the line at first. No doubles defense. And the 1 low in the dirt. Good eye by Crawford. We're 2-2. Draxton pitched here on night through a scoreless inning, gave up 1 hit and struck out 2. On the way to Crawford. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Cuts through the high. 4th time that Evan Crawford has struck out tonight, and there's 1 away. Kevin Byes in a tough predicament here, as he has, but right now Eric Kamatsu struggling at the plate, and Evan in the same. He's got to play one of the 2 in the ball game. Anthony Vega, the only other outfielder that could potentially. Either way, 1 away, and here it's who was 1 for 4 tonight, doubled and scored back in the 2nd inning, but since then, got out and grounded out. First pitch, and I'll take the fastball upstairs for ball 1. Again, the Ducks are still looking for their first hit since the 2nd inning of this game. They have been held hitless since. They have drawn 4 walks, but that has been it. 1-0, and Corona swings, fouls this one off to the third base side out of play. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Corona, a switch hitter, batting from the left side. Third baseman Sean Burrows plays in tight and well off the third. Corona swings, grounds it to the right side. The second baseman Rodriguez can't. It's in a right field, a base hit. Corona thought about going for second. He took a big turn, but he'll hold on there. And there it is, the first hit for the Ducks since inning number 2. And it's Reggie Corona with another multi-hit game. His 4th.
Shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons.
The Ducks with a runner at first and only 1 out. Dan Lyons will come to the plate. Lyons, who has been a very good player, especially in his Ducks career. We'll see if he tries to lay down a bunt to move the in his scoring position for Ryan Sabatella. First pitch, Lyons does not square. He ends up taking a fastball down the middle for strike 1. If there was nobody out, no question you'd see Dan Lyons bunting. But with 1 out, it's a bit of a different story. We'll see if he puts Reggie Corona in motion at all. Corona has 1 stolen base on the year in 1 attempt. And is the right-hander Draxton. So far this season, Draxton has appeared in 6 games. 0.18 ERA and no record. He's allowed 2 2/3 innings. 0-1 run. Lyons rips this one into left center field. Long run, not able to get it is Rosa. This will go into the gap. Corona on his way to third. Kevin Byas sending him around third. Rosa throws him to the shortstop. The relay to the plate is not going to be made as Corona slides in safely. It's an RBI double for Dan Lyons, and the Ducks take the lead 6-5 here in the 10th inning. Dan Lyons comes through. An RBI double, his 2nd double of the year, his 5th run batted in. And he knocks that into the left center field gap. Jovan has trouble playing it. Kevin Byas didn't hesitate in sending Corona. And the shortstop Vargas never made the relay throw home. It's an RBI double for Dan Lyons. Back-to-back 11th. And the Ducks have taken the 6-5 lead. Stepping to the plate will be Brian Sabatella with Lyons at second base. First pitch, and Sabatella takes the breaking ball outside for ball 1. So the 8th hit of the game for the Ducks has broken the 5-5 tie, and Long Island has the lead back for the first time since the 7th. 1-0. And Sabatello swings, pops this one up. Foul territory at first base side. Babineau and Rodriguez converging, and they almost collided, but it's ends up making the catch. So retired for the second out here in the 11th. Morgan was warming up to start this inning. He has since sat down after the Ducks took the lead, and so it looks as though Ryan Cushmall, who has thrown an inning and 2/3 thus far of relief, to try and pick up the final in the bottom of this 10th inning. The Ducks would do well an extra run of support if Redmond can bring home Lions from second. Redmond tonight is 1 for 4, which is a breaking ball outside for ball 1. And a single and a run scored in the first inning, also stole a fielder's choice and scored in the second. Pumped out foul the first and the fourth, struck and walked in the 9th. 1-0 on the way, and Redmond takes low. Blocked there by Babineau, just kept it in front of him. And so Lions has to stay put at second, but Redmond with a good hitter's count here at 2 balls and no strikes. Ducks have taken a 6-5 lead on the guy double to left center by Dan Lyons. To Redmond, here's the pitch, and Redmond takes a fast side for ball 3. If Redmond walks, Lou Ford would be. And Ford has a double, 2 runs batted in and a walk tonight. So it'll be a 3-0 on the way from Draxton to Redmond. Here's the pitch. Redmond takes all the way, and that misses low and outside for ball 4. So for the second time tonight, Prentice Redmond has drawn a walk. 7th walk drawn by Ducks batters tonight. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. And that will give Lou Ford an opportunity with runners at first and second. And 2 away here in the top of the 10th. 7 walks drawn by Ducks hitters, a season high total on April 27th. So here is Lou Ford at second, Redmond at first, 2 away. First pitch, Braxton, and Ford takes a breaking ball low and outside. That's now 5 straight from the right-hander, and the count 1-0. Ford, a run-scoring ground out to short in the first, an RBI double to left in the second. He would later score. Fly to right in the 4th, walked in the 7th, and grounded into a force out in the 9th inning. 1-0. And I'll swing and pop it foul. It'll even up the count at 1-1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, it will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Bluefish. Ildemaro Vargas and Nick Van Straten to bat. Be Ryan Cushmall, who will come on to try and get the final 3 outs. 1-1 the count. Runners lead. The kick in the pitch, and Ford swings and misses. Cut through a breaking ball diving down in the zone. And Draxton now ahead of Ford, 1-2. Ducks have taken a 6-5 lead here in the top of the 10th inning on the RBI double to left center from Dan Lyons. From the stretch, the 1-2 pitch on the way, and Ford swings it 3, chased down in the zone. Babineau will first. It's on a hop, and the putout was just made as Rodriguez tagged the base in time. So the strikeout for Draxton is second of the inning. Putout goes 2-3. However, the Ducks get a run, 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 1. Long Island will try and close it out here in the bottom of the 11th as they lead it 6-5.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $1 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment too. We've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.psegliny.com. Efficiency.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autograph, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Dan Lyons, in his 5th season as a Duck, comes through with the go-ahead RBI double to left center in the top half of the 11th inning to give the Ducks a 6-5 lead. And now Ryan Cushmall, who got out of a jam in the 9th inning with a runner at second and 1 out, and got out of a first and second no-out jam in the 10th, will stay in to pitch the bottom half of the 11th inning, and he will face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Bluefish, Luis Rodriguez and Nick Van Stratton. With this long of an outing, it will likely mean that he is not available tomorrow night against the Barnstormers. Kevin Baez wants to win, and he's going to stick with his closer. Rodriguez is a fastball strike over the outside corner. Rodriguez has been red hot tonight, 3 for 4 at the plate, all 3 hits singles, and scored a run in both the 5th and the 7th innings. 0-1 from Cushmall. Kicks and fires. Rodriguez takes the fastball up and outside for a ball. Only time Rodriguez was retired was in the 2nd when he flied out to center field. One pitch coming. Lefty hitter at the plate is a switch hitter batting from the left side. Now the 1-1 is swung on and lifted in the air to left field towards the line. Long run for Evan Crawford. Still racing over. Still coming over. His glove. It lands in left field. And making it in there safely is Rodriguez on the Evan Crawford. My goodness. Crawford had gotten to that baseball. It was going to be the first out of the inning, but it went off of his glove as he slightly overran the ball. And Evan Crawford with a huge error, and the Bluefish put the tying run on second base with nobody out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. That's the way it's been going during these last 3 games for the Ducks. They just cannot seem to catch the breaks. And they get Rodriguez, who had been 3 for 4 before that, on a pop out to left. And ultimately cannot make the catch. Tomorrow Vargas will come to the plate, and again you would think he is going to try and bunt to move the run. Cushmall comes set, squares, pulls back, and he takes low and inside for ball 1. Has been able to get out of jams in the previous 2 innings. We'll see if he can do it again and help out his left fielder Evan Crawford, who just made a huge error on what would have been the first out here in the 11th. 1-0 coming to Vargas. Cushmall comes set. Vargas does not square, and instead he grounds one up the first base line foul. And that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Vargas trying to bunt his way on in the 3rd and was retired by Marshall. Struck out in and laid down sacrifice bunts in 9th innings. 1-1 the count. Cushmall second. Kick plate, and Vargas will swing and miss. Cuts through the high fastball, and they count 1-2. Six-5 Ducks of the 11th inning here in Bridgeport. And a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch coming up to the 9-hitter Ildemaro Vargas. Ball comes set. Kicks and fires, and Vargas lines this one over 3rd and to left of base. Rounding 3rd is Rodriguez. He will come home to score. Going for 2nd, and in there safely is Vargas with an RBI double. And just like that, the Bluefish tied the game at. Well, the Ducks finally through after they were unable to do much of anything from the 3rd through the 10th. And a huge error from Evan Crawford to lead off this inning on a drop fly ball to the left. It is followed by an RBI double from Vargas, his 3rd double of the year, his 5th RBI. An unearned run against Cushmal, and now the winning run is at second base with nobody out. And up to the plate steps Nick Van Stratton. Righty-righty matchup. And the first pitch coming here to Van Stratton. Kicks and fires. Van Stratton squares the bunt, pops it up towards land, foul. Griffin let it go, foul. A bunch of the fans are screaming on high. They say it is a foul ball, and so the count nothing. Van Stratton in this game is 1 for 4, singled and scored in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 5th. And boy, does an inning change when instead of getting a big first out, you have to pitch with a runner at second and nobody out. And allowing the double to Vargas was Cushmal after Evan Crawford drops the fly ball along the line. 0-1 here to Van Stratton. Does not square, and he swings right side and through for a base hit. Vargas will round. Patella will throw in. It goes to the plate, and on the throw to the second base goes Van Stratton. So they held Vargas at 3rd as it was Sabatella playing in tight at 3rd. So an error, a double, and a single, and the Bluefish now have the winning run 90 feet away with no out. And that'll bring up Sean Burrows. Well, if Cushmal can't find his way out of this one, it's a heartbreaker for the Ducks. The last 2 losses were difficult, no question. Those were games that were decided early on by the Bluefish. This one tonight, the Ducks had a 5-0 lead. They lost it in the 6th pitch, took the lead back in the 11th, and an error to start the inning by Evan Crawford opens things up. And now a double tied the game, a single and the winning run 90 feet away with nobody out. And up to the plate will step a pinch hitter here for Sean Burrows. It is Jovan Rosa, because they intentionally walked Burrows. I didn't see that. So the bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch to Rosa, misses up and inside for ball 1. The intentional walk to Burrows, the 3rd time the Ducks have intentionally walked him in this game. Each of his last 3 plate appearances. And the Bluefish trying to pick up their first walk-off win of the season. The infield in all the way around. Those are all in shallow. 1-0 coming here to Rosa. That kicks and fires, and this one 3rd. Puck. He'll throw to the plate for 1. That's all they'll get. So they get the force out at the plate. Fielder's choice goes 5-2. Out at the plate is Vargas. Down to 3rd base goes Van Stratton. And down to 2nd goes Burrows. Cushmal gets the force out. And now the infielders can back up a bit in a double play depth. As Andres Rodriguez comes to the plate. Is 0 for 4 with a walk tonight. We'll see if Cushmal can induce a double play here and send this game to the 12th. Cushmal comes set. First pitch is a fastball low and away for ball 1. Dan Lyons RBI double to left center to start the 11th inning with 1 out in the inning, gave the Ducks a 6-5 lead. And the Bluefish have come back to tie it again here in the bottom half of the inning. And now the 1-0 from Cushmal to Rodriguez. Here's the pitch, and it is swung and grounded to 3rd. Puckett will field. He'll step on the bag. He'll throw to 1st. It's offline. The tag, and Cushmal does it again. He works out of the jam and keeps the game tied, and we will play, inducing his 2nd double play. 5-3, and that ends the inning. However, the Bluefish do turn run after the error by Evan Crawford on the drop pop up to left to start the inning. So 1 run on 2 hits and 1 huge error, and the Bluefish leave 2. We will play a 12th here in Bridgeport. 6-6 the score, Ducks and the Bluefish.
Hey, this is pitcher Eric Neeson, and you're listening to the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is. And on Park in the Park night, that one is gone. The kennel in Central Islip.
It was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a tradition.
Enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Ryan Cushmall on the 6-5 lead in the top of the 11th inning as an error by Evan Crawford on the fly ball to left to start the inning sets the stage, and Ildemaro Vargas with an RBI double ties the game. Cody Puckett leading off here in the 12th, takes upstairs for ball one from Eric Traxton. However, despite the Bluefish having the winning run with nobody out, Ryan Cushmall works out of trouble and keeps the game tied. The 1-0 to Puckett is strike, and the count 1-1. Traxton, after allowing the single by Corona and the double by Lyon, Ducks the lead in the 11th. Puckett tonight 1 for 5 with an RBI. And the 1-1 is low and outside for ball two. So now the Ducks will try and get the lead back once again. And in left field, Tommy Organ is taking warm-up tosses. The inning 2-1 is popped up a mile high in the air behind the plate. Babineau gives it a look, but this will be well back into the crowd. Is now even up at 2. Cody Puckett. Just a wild game here between these two teams. This 3-game series. Ducks had a 5-0 lead to tie it. Ryan Cushmall getting out of several jams. Ducks take the 7th. They give up a run on the error in the bottom of the inning. Cushmall gets out of another big jam. And now the 2-2 to Puckett. Down to the left side and through a base hit. So a leadoff single for Cody Puckett here in the 12th. The Ducks get the go-ahead runner on to start things off against Eric Traxton.
First baseman number 33, John Griffin.
Kevin Baez will give the signals down at third. John Griffin, not a guy who typically bunts. We'll see if Kevin Baez has him bunt here or if he has and take off for second. Puckett, he takes his lead at first. The first pitch to Griffin, he does not square outside for ball one. In his career, Griffin has not ever laid down a bunt, so I don't think you'll expect to see that here. Low and outside for a ball. The count goes to 2-0. Griffin tonight had an RBI double to center back in the first inning. Since then, he's flied to right, struck out twice, and grounded back to the mound, which was ricocheted off to third base. Puckett leads at first. Dangerous hitters count here. The 2-0 to Griffin. Check swing foul ball to the first base side of home plate. Griffin not swinging. It might have been ball 3, but he did just get a piece of it. So 2-1. Bluefish have a in the bullpen. Again, the Ducks have Tommy Organ warming down the left field line. 6-6 game in the top of the 12th inning. 2-ball, 1-strike pitch on the way. And Griffin swings. It's a high fly ball in the air to right field. Well hit. Going back is Dotel at the warning track in front of the wall. And he makes the catch. John Griffin gave it a ride the other way, but in the corner, Wellington Dotel is able to make the running grab. And Griffin is retired for the first out here in the 12th inning. John Griffin gives it a ride deep to right field. It's 320 on the line, and that one just kept slicing in the corner rather than going deeper. So Griffin retired. He 1 for 6 in the game. And up to Morales, who was 0 for 4 with a walk. Switch hitter batting from the left side against the righty Draxton. First pitch on the way, and he'll take a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Morales drew a walk in the first inning. Since then has grounded to third, grounded to second, fly to center, foul to the catcher. Puckett continues to lead at first with 1 out. Morales takes a fastball strike at the belt. That'll leave 1. Mild one here tonight. And Eric Komatsu is now waiting in the on-deck circle. He will pinch it for Evan Crawford if he gets an opportunity here in the 12th inning. 1-1. And Morales takes the catcher Babineau back to and down to second base will go Cody Puckett. So we'll see if that's a wild pitch or a pass ball. Let's get the go-ahead run in a scoring position. With Puckett's speed, a base hit likely will give the Ducks the lead. So Cody Puckett down to second base with 1 out. On a count of 2-0. Jose Morales, who was looking for his first hit of the night. Draxton from the stretch from Babineau. And the 2-1. Ball over the inside corner for a strike. Good pitch there from. It looked like Morales was looking fastball, and he ends up getting the breaking ball. The count now 2-2. Puckett leads at second with 1 out. Right-hander ready. 2-2 on the way, and Morales swings and misses for strike 3. Chased down in the zone. The throw to first is going to be in time. So poor plate discipline there from Morales. As for Draxton, that is his 3rd strikeout. The putout goes 2-3. And instead of ball 3, that is the 2nd out of the inning. 2 down, that'll leave it up to Eric Komatsu. So Kevin Baez will go to his bench here after the huge error committed by Evan Crawford in the bottom half of the 11th inning. And he's hoping Komatsu can come up with a big hit, but with that, Van Asselberg is going to come out of the dugout and likely call on a lefty to come to Komatsu. So Van Asselberg comes out to the mound to have a chat. There is a lefty that has started a warm for Bridgeport. They have 2, Baker and Iannazzo. So Van Asselberg having a long chat here. And now he will point down to his bullpen and call on a relief pitcher. So Cody Puckett with a single. John Griffin flies out to the wall in right. Puckett moves to second on a wild pitch. And Morales chases down low for strike 3. And so the Ducks again have the go-ahead run at second with. We'll have a pitching change here in Bridgeport. 6-6 the score.
Hey fans, this is pitching coach Marty Jansen, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, YouTube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Or LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts. At North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 668-3000 or visit us on the web at www.lij.com.
The results are in. Of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency, saving nearly $35 million. Being helps our environment too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Ducks with the go-ahead run at second base here in the bottom half of the top half, of the 12th inning. And a new pitcher coming in for the Bluefish. It's left Ionazzo. That is the 6th reliever of the night for and Ricky Van Asselberg calling on Ionazzo to face the left-handed hitting Eric Kamatu, who will pinch hit for Evan Crawford. He has had a rough night at the plate. He is 0 for 4 strikeouts, and made a humongous error to lead off the bottom half of the 11th inning. A fly ball down the line off the bat of Luis Rodriguez. He had to go a long way to get the ball, but he got to it, but he overran it slightly, and the ball went off his glove, landed in left. And so the inning continued, and the first out was not made. The next batter was Vargas, an RBI double to left, plated the runner, and it was 6. Cushman got out of trouble, and now we are in the top of the 12th inning. First pitch to Kamatu, low and away, sort of gets away, and Puckett with good base running is able to get it to third. Bounced and went into the chest protector of Babineau and then kicked away to the third. So on the wild pitch from Ionazzo, Puckett is able to move to third. Second wild pitch of the Fish, and now the go-ahead run, is 9 for the Ducks, and the count 1-0 on Kamatu. Ionazzo looks in for the sign. And it's 1-0 on the way. Is swung on and missed. Kamatu cut through the high fastball. The count 1-1. Ionazzo pitched the 9th inning yesterday, a 1-2-3 inning. Kamatu last played for the Ducks on Tuesday night and was 1 for 4 with an RBI single in the 7th inning with 2 out. Trying to do the same here. 1-1. He takes the breaking ball inside, almost hit him. And the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. For Ionazzo, this is his 6th relief of the season. 2-1. Kamatu swings. It's a high fly ball in a center field. In for Van Stratton, but he will make it there in time. He'll make the catch. The Ducks rally is squashed in the 12th inning. No runs, 1 hit, and despite a couple of wild pitches, the Ducks leave the runner at third. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th inning, and we remain tied at 6 apiece.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 a month for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike 110 or HuntingtonHondaCars.com.
Auto 24-month lease, total due at inception. Civic $31.90 includes bank fee, first month's payment, no security deposit. Taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. Long night here in Bridgeport continues. Game of the series. Again, the Ducks will head back home after the game whenever it does end. 6-6 game as we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. And Tommy Organ is going to come into the game for Long Island after a terrific appearance out of the bullpen for Ryan Cushmal. He went 2 2/3 innings and got out of 3 consecutive jams. The only problem, he did allow one thanks to the drop pop-up in left by Evan Crawford, which was followed by an RBI Ildemaro Vargas. And when the Ducks had taken a 6 top of the 11th, that error and double followed, and Bluefish top. However, he came in, Cushmal did in the 9th with a and 1 out, got out of that jam without allowing a run, gave up a walk in the 10th, got a double play and a strikeout to get out of that run, and after the error in the double, loading up the bases with nobody out on a single and an intentional walk. However, he got Jovan Rosa to ground into a 5-2 fielder's choice, and then got Andres Rodriguez to ground into a 5-3 double and kept the game tied. First pitch from Tommy Organ to John Alonzo is a breaking ball that drops in for strike 1. For Tommy, this is his 6th appearance of the season. He has struggled to start the year. And the 0-1. That's ball 1. 5 games, he has given up 5 runs on 7 hits, no walks, and has struck out 2. 1-1 from the lefty. Kicks and fires, and Alonso swings and misses way out in front of the breaking ball, and the count 1-2. Oregon pitched here on Tuesday night through just a third of an inning, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs. And the Ducks 10-2 loss to the Bluefish. 1-2 on the way. And Alonso swings and misses for strike 3. Nice breaking ball over the outside part. First strikeout for Oregon. That's the 5th time Alonso has struck out swinging. Strikeout for Ducks pitching tonight. 1 away here in the. Well, Ducks got the go-ahead run at third with 2 out in the top half of this inning, but Eric Komatsu is a pinch hitter for Evan Crawford. Could not get the hit he needed to produce the run. Komatsu stays in the game, by the way. He is in left field for the Ducks. First pitch swung on and missed by Wellington Dotel as he chased down and away. And the count is 0-1. Dotel in the ball game is 1-4-5 with a single and a run back in the second inning. The 0-1. Breaking ball hit on the ground to the left side, past Lyons in a left field. And the Bluefish get a 1-out hit from Wellington Dotel. Run at first base with 1 away. So 1 on and 1 out. That'll bring Ryan Babineau to the plate. Came up with the winning run at third base in the 10th inning and 2 down, and struck out swinging against Ryan Cushmall. He is 1 for 5 tonight with an RBI single back in the second inning. So Oregon gives up the 13th into the game for Bridgeport. And now we'll face the Babineau. First pitch on the way, and Babineau takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. Oregon reliever used by the Ducks. They have Giordino, DeJulio Jr., and Soren as the only 3 relievers left available in the bullpen. DeJulio Jr. has pitched the last 3 games, Soren the last 2. Throw over to first, and back safely is Dotel. And the Ducks that they have to use the bullpen so much here tonight because they have 4 games in 36 hours starting tomorrow night. The 0-1. Breaking ball missed outside, even the count on Babineau. Fortunately for the Ducks, it is not that long of a ride back home after the game, barring any construction delays. Get from Bridgeport back to Central Islip in just under 2 hours. Have to drive around, though. No ferries running this late to Port Jefferson. Oregon's 1-1. Swings and taps it foul behind the plate. 1-2. This game getting closer and closer to hitting the 4-hour mark. Inning game of the year for both teams. Ducks played 2 extra inning games before this. Both of them went 10. And the Bluefish played 2 before 11. One went 10. And both teams are 0-2 in extra inning. 1-2 from Oregon to Babineau. Runner leads at first with 1 out, and the pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Another nasty breaking ball from Tommy Oregon. So he gets his 2nd strikeout of the ball game. And with 2 away, that'll leave it up to Luis Rodriguez.
Second baseman number 6, Luis Rodriguez.
So come up to the plate, batting from the right side. Tonight, 3 for 4, 3 for 5 at the plate. They score the tying run an inning ago. Now the first pitch is actually a throw over to check on Dotel. The fly ball down the left field line. Leading off the 11th, Crawford had to make a long run from left field all the way over towards the line. Got to the baseball, but he overran it slightly. And the ball went off his glove and landed for a 2-base error. And that led to the tying run scoring. First pitch here, and Rodriguez swings, grounds this one up the third base line, hits off the bag and goes in a shallow left. Lions will field and keep the runner at second, and another awful break for the Ducks. If Puckett makes that play, the inning is over, and hit the bag or took a nasty hop on the infield and went over. And so it's going to be an infield single for Ryan. His fourth hit of the game. Run at second base with 2 out for Ildemaro Vargas, who tied the game last inning with an RBI double to left field. Boy, the Ducks just cannot seem to get any breaks to go their way here in this series, especially in this game. The error, ball that hits off the bag or the dirt. Gods do not want the Ducks to get outs or win this game, and yet somehow they've made jams here to give themselves a chance. First pitch on the way from Organ to Vargas, and this is taken low for 1. Again, it's a hit. On Puckett, he did nothing wrong there. He was waiting for the baseball, and it just either took a hop off the ground and carried him to the left. 1-0 here on Vargas, who is 1 for 3 in the game with that RBI double last inning. Organ comes set, kicks and fires, and Vargas takes a breaking ball outside. And the count 2-0. Bridgeport has now gotten double-digit hits in 4 consecutive games. 64 hits combined in those 4 games. They have scored runs in those 4 games as well. 6-6 game, bottom of the 12th inning. First and second with 2 outs for Bridgeport. Count here on Ildemaro Vargas. Organ looks to set, deals to the plate, and Vargas fouls this one off. Back and the count 2-1. Teams have combined for 23 hits, 3 errors, and 12 runs here tonight. And a handful of fans that are still here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard hoping that Bridgeport can win it right here in the bottom of the 12th inning. 2-1 the count. Organ comes set. Deals to the plate, and Vargas swings and misses. Ball down low. And Organ 1 strike away from sending this 13th. What a game we have had here tonight in Bridgeport. A back and forth contest, a seesaw affair. Ducks went up 5-0. Came back to tie it. Ducks went up 6-5. Bluefish came back to tie. And neither side seems to cross the winning run. 2-2 now from Organ to Vargas. He's looking side. Ready, kicks and fires, and Vargas swings and hits it on the ground to short. Dan Lyons will feed a second for the force, and we will play another here in Bridgeport. No runs, 2 hits, and Organ strands both runners on base. Bridgeport has left 13 on tonight, and we go to the 13th, all tied at 6.
Hey, left-handed pitcher Tommy Organ, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the free communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, posts, and so much more. Interact with the team during the season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. And we go to the 13th inning here in Bridgeport. What a night as these two teams saw a battle. The Bluefish going for a 3-game sweep of the Ducks here in The Ducks trying to salvage the series finale, and it seems the team has been able to get the hit that they need to win it. The most part been going against the Ducks here tonight. But Long Island's still in this thing as Tommy Organ strands the winning run at second base. And we go to the 13th inning. It will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Ducks, Corona, Lyons, and Sabatella. That's why I was saying earlier in the 11th inning when the Ducks got the one-out double from Lyons that scored a run. And had a runner at second with one out, it would behoove them to score an extra run to give the bullpen some. First pitch to Corona, grounded to the left side and threw a base hit. Ball game for Regi Corona. The Ducks get on here in the 13th inning on Corona's third hit of the night. I was saying it would behoove them to get the extra insurance run because when the error was made by Crawford and Vargas followed with the RBI double, Cushman was able to get out of further trouble, and if the Ducks had more than a one-run lead, they could have held on to win the game. Unfortunately, tie game at that point. So, Corona leads off with a single, and now here is Dan Lyons, who gave the Ducks the lead in the 11th with an RBI double. Let's see if he bunts here. Does square, pulls back, he takes low for a ball, and the ball almost booted by Babineau. Could have gotten potentially Corona down, but instead he stays put. Matt Iannazzo, by the way, after getting Eric Komatsu as a pinch hitter to center field, stranding Cody Puckett at third. 1-0 coming from Iannazzo. Line to first, and Corona is back safely. Both sides are getting runners on fairly consistently here in extra innings, but neither side has been able to take enough of a lead. 1-0, Lions squares. Out in front of home plate. Iannazzo will field, turns, throws to first, and just in time to get Lyons. But Lyons with his first sacrifice bunt of the year, successfully put down. The put out goes 1-3. And the go-ahead run goes down to second in the form of Regi Corona. And that'll bring up Brian Sabatella, but before that, we'll have another break in the action coming as Ricky Van Asselberg goes out to call on a reliever here tonight to replace Iannazzo in the righty matchup with Sabatella. So we'll take a break and come right. The score 6-6, and the Ducks with the go-ahead run at second and only one out.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball's official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for a century of care. For more information, please call 1-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Few on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bayshore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Is quickly becoming a top destination for families. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Seventh reliever for Bridgeport, it is Ronnie Sam Gervasio, and Iannazzo gives up the leadoff single to Regi. Sack bunt to Dan Lyons, and the Ducks have the go-ahead run at second, one out, 6 of the 13th inning. Here by the catcher Ryan Babineau, who's now going to go out to the mound after the two just talked when Gervasio came into the game. The two have a quick chat on the mound. And Warren Nicholson out there to break up the conversation quickly, and Babineau will have to head back behind home plate. So Sabatella is the batter. Tonight he is 1 for 5 at the plate. Had an RBI single back in the second, walked and scored in the first. He has also stolen 2 bases. And trying to bring home Corona from second. Gervasio comes set. First pitch to Sabatella is low and out for ball 1. Gervasio in last night's game in the 8th inning through 1 inning. Gave up a walk, but ultimately no runs. He struck out Sabatella in that inning. 1-0. And Sabatella check swing, pitch missed way outside. Babineau wanted to appeal to second, but no way did Sabatella go around. And the Ducks right fielder ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Corona leads at second. He had a leadoff single here in the 13th. 10th hit of the game for the Ducks. 2-0. Fastball hits the outside. Strike the count 2-1. Whichever team loses, a heartbreaking loss the way this one has been played, but even more Ducks who are just trying to win one game here in this series. Ford won the first 2 in commanding fashion. 2-1 to Sabatella. Checks the swing, takes way low and outside again. The count goes to 3 balls and a strike on with Prentice Redmond waiting on deck. So Sabatella had 3-1 good hitters count. We'll see if he gets a good pitch to hit from Gervasio. Here's the 3-1. Swung on and grounded weakly back to the mound. Fielded on a couple hops. Runner has to stay put. And the throw to first is in time for the out. So Sabatella cannot get the job done as he grounds back to the mound. He is now 0 for his last 5 in the game. And with 2 to Prentice Redmond.
Center fielder, number 28, Prentice Redmond.
Ducks got a leadoff single last inning from got him to third, but could not put him home. And now a leadoff single, a sac bunt, but he's still stuck out here is Redmond. First pitch, he takes a breaking ball over the outside corner. 1. Redmond is 1 for 4 tonight. Singled in the first and scored. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the second. And he's drawn walks in both the 9th and the 11th innings. 0-1. He takes outside to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ducks have Carmine Giardino warming up down the left field line. And it looks as though a righty is warming for the Bluefish down the right field line. Corona leads at second with 2 out. A single likely puts the Ducks in front. And the 1-1. Played by Redmond back to the backstop, and he's now behind 1-2. Sam Gervasio has pitched in 6 games, 0-1 record with a 3.24 ERA. 3 runs allowed in 8 1/3 innings. He's 1 strike away from getting out of trouble here in the 13th. And the 1-2 to Redmond. Takes on the outside corner. Oh, what a late strike 3 call from Warren. Well, Nicholson calls him out on strikes, and that ends the 13th. So the Ducks get the leadoff man on and get him to second. Cannot score. No runs, a hit, and 1 left. Ducks have go to the bottom of the 13th. Still tied at 6.
Hey fans, this is Jose Morales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DuckBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island is an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season. Ticket price of just $10 and free parking. There is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit LI.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every day.
We are over 4 hours old here on this Thursday night as the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish knotted in a close one, 6-6 the score. A game in which the Ducks had a 5-0 lead that they blew over the course of the game, lost in the 7th inning on a 2-out, 2-strike wild pitch thrown by Amalio Diaz. The Ducks ended up getting out of several jams. They took the lead back on a 1-out RBI double by Dan Lyons, fly ball by Evan Crawford, and an RBI double by Ildemar of our game. And despite the Ducks putting the leadoff man on in each innings, we remain tied as we go to the bottom of the 13th. First pitch is to Nick. It's a breaking ball for a strike in the count 0-1. Van Stratton, the leadoff hitter in the Bluefish lineup, has 2 hits in 5 trips to the plate, 5 at-bats. He's also drawn a walk. And the 0-1. Another nice breaking ball from Morgan, who's got that breaking ball tonight. And tomorrow, Kevin Mize has lefty Eric Neeson. Better pray that Eric Neeson can give him length. Mize has used 6 relievers here tonight. The only 2 he hasn't used are Giordina as well as DeJulio Jr., who has pitched each of the last 3 games. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3. Van Stratton chased the outside pitch. For Oregon, his 3rd strikeout, and that is out number 1 here in the 13th inning. The Ducks were hoping last night that John Brownell could give him length. He was unable to do that, lasted just 5. Ian Marshall tonight was given a 5-0 lead through the first inning and a half. He gave up a run in the 2nd, a run in the 3rd, 2 more in the 5th, and had to come out of the game after 5 innings. The bullpen could not hold that 1-run lead as Amalio Diaz was the one who gave up that and scored the run. Here's Sean Burrows to the plate with the bases empty and 1 out. And Oregon's first pitch to him is swung on and missed for strike 1. Fastball over the inside corner. Burrows has been intentionally walked each of his last 3 times to the plate. Before that, he was 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 5th inning. Burrows now in a discussion with Warren, plate umpire, about something. I'm not sure what. And the 0-1 on the way. Scooped out by Morales. And the count 1. Bluefish have 1 player left on there. Rodriguez, the catcher. The Ducks have 2 players left. Blake, baseman, and out Vega. 1-1. Burrows takes the breaking ball low and outside for ball 2. Just a handful of fans still left in the ballpark, no more than about 15 or so, watching this game, which again is in the bottom of the 13th. And we are all tied at 6. The 2-1. Burrows swings it to high, pop up in the air to shot, makes the catch for the 2nd out. Then it. So here from Oregon, who's trying to complete a 2nd. And that'll bring up Jovan Rosa. Will bat from the right side with 2 down and the bases empty. Rosa came into the game as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning for Rodney Polonia. Went into left field in the 10th. So Rosa is 0 for 2 in his 2 trips to the plate. He has flied to right and grounded into a 5-2 fielder's choice. The first pitch is a curveball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Ducks will have the 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate in the 14th. If we get there, it'll be Lou Ford, Cody Puckett, and John Griffin. The 0-1, not swung on and missed as Rosa chases low and away. On the count 0-2. No action in either bullpen right now, and Tommy away from his 2nd straight scoreless inning. Left-hander gets the sign and comes set. On the way is swung on and popped in the air to shallow right. Griffin the outfield grass along with Corona. Corona making the call, and he makes the catch. And a strong inning from Tommy Organ in the 3rd. 1, 2, 3, go the Bluefish. We will play a full here in Bridgeport, running out of room on the scorecard. 6-6 the score, Long Island and Bridgeport.
Hey fans, this is Sergio Perez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver Shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pave.
Enjoy the old fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season. Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. To the 14th inning we go here in Bridgeport. What a game between the Ducks and the Bluefish. It seems as though neither side wants to lose it. It also has seemed at points that neither side wants to win it. But either way, it is the Ducks and the Bluefish tied at 6 apiece, and Long Island is in the heart of their order to the plate. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters against right-hander Sam Gervasio, who will continue to pitch here in the 14th after recording 2 outs to end the 13th, and he deals a first pitch strike over the outside corner to Lou Ford. 0-1. Ford has just 1 hit tonight and 5 at-bats, a double and an RBI back in the second. He also drew a walk in the 7th. And Ford swings and misses at a fastball outside, and the count 0-2. Well, it is now Matt Soren warming for the Ducks down the left field line. Tommy Organ with relief. And he will not be able to continue as expected. So Soren will probably come in the bottom of the inning, low and away for ball 1 from Gervasio. Ducks with 10 hits in the game, the Bluefish with 14. Bluefish have made 2 errors, the Ducks have made 1, and that 1 error game is continuing to be played. On the 1-2, Ford swings, just got a piece on the fastball from the righty and fouled it off at the plate. They put a 3rd strike up on the scoreboard, probably not realizing that the ball was fouled off. So the count's still 1-2. Ducks have had the leadoff man on in each of the last 2 innings, but both times they got him in a scoring position and could not score the go-ahead run. 1-2, Ford swings, got a piece of it, fouled it off at the plate. Ford has had some big hacks, but has been out in front of a lot of these pitches, a little bit of it. Ford will be followed by Puckett and Griffin. And in games like this, you almost get a sense of who's going to get that 1 hit, maybe a solo home run to win the game, or who's going to make that 1 big mistake that leads to the winning run. 1-2, line drive, on a hop by Rodriguez. Throws over to first to retire. First out here in the 14th inning. So that'll bring Cody Puckett up to the plate. Puckett has 2 hits, 6 at-bats, including an RBI infield single that hit off of the glove of Sean Burrows back in the first pitch taken for a called strike. And the count goes 1. Puckett picked up a single his last time up, leading off in the 12th inning, the 0-1. Low and outside. The count at 1 ball and 1 strike. With Gervasio, the second baseman, Rodriguez shading up the middle. The 1-1, swinging a ground ball foul along the third base line. And Puckett now behind him, the count 1-2. So it'll be a 1 ball, 2 strike pitch coming up. Cody Puckett from Sam Gervasio. He kicks, he fires, and Puckett takes the fastball up and inside. And the count will even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gervasio gets the sign as he comes set. Here's the pitch, and Puckett lays off, takes low and away. And so the count goes full at 3-2. Puckett reaches. Either way, John Griffin is next. And the payoff pitch. Puckett takes a called strike 3 over the inside corner on a breaking ball. Another late call by Warren Nicholson. Second strikeout by Gervasio. And they are 2 away. So 2 down, that'll bring up John Griffin.
First base number 33, John Griffin.
First pitch for a ball, and the count goes to 1-0. By the way, I am looking back here on my points again. They're saying that Dan Lyons did not have an RBI double that plated the go-ahead run. The 1-0 was swung on and missed. Chasing a breaking ball down and away for strike one was Griffin. In the 11th, they said it was a single to left, and then he moved to second on the error by the left fielder. And so it was not an RBI single. RBI double as Griffin chases way down and out of the zone again. Griffin just free swinging at the plate. And tonight he is with 2 strikeouts and in danger of striking out yet again. So that run was unearned in the 11th. And the 1-2 to Griffin, swung on and missed strike 3. He cut through the high fastball. 1-2-3 inning as the Ducks go in order. 3 strikeouts for Gervasio. Long Island goes down in order in the 14th. We go to the bottom half of the inning. Still tied at 6.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Evan Crawford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, it will be a little sweeter. Call 212-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Take your group game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discount with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suite, Canals Party Deck, the Trout Town Fan Can, and so much more. Up to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, 1-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Hey, right-handed pitcher Mickey Janis, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. $59. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110 or huntingtonhondacars.com.
Huntington Honda, discover the difference.
Auto 24-month lease, total due at inception. Civic $31.90 includes bank fee, first month's payment, no security deposit. Taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Family every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action.
He reaches up. It's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season. And with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit LI Ducks. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
14th inning stretch. You heard that right. Inning stretch here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Michael Pollock bringing you all the action as we remain tied up at 6 apiece. And Matt Soren, the 7th reliever out of the bullpen for the Ducks tonight. He replaces Tommy Organ, who threw 2 strong innings, gave up a couple hits in the 12th, but ultimately no runs. Struck out 3, did not walk a batter. And Soren will face the 4, 5, and 6 hit. First pitch to Andres Rodriguez, way up and inside. Slipped over the head of Rodriguez into the backstop. And the count 1-0. So who's going to end up being the hero tonight to win this game? Will it be somebody on the Ducks? Will it be somebody on the Bluefish? And it almost seems as though nobody is able to get that hit that they need or make the field. And here's the 1-0 to Rodriguez, who is 0 for 5. And he takes a fastball upstairs for ball 2. On the season for the Ducks, has appeared in 4 games, 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 3 hits in 2 2/3 innings. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. Now the 2-0, swing and a miss. Got him to chase the fastball down low, and they count 2-1. Soren pitched here in last night's game in inning number 6. Allowed a walk, and then a run eventually moved to third. Runner moved to third on a pass ball and scored on a sac fly, so an unearned run against Matt Soren yesterday. 2-1, fouled back to the screen. Counted 2-2, and again at this stage of the game, doesn't matter earned or unearned. Bottom line is, who's going to score the run? That Ducks thought they had done that in the top half of 11. When Dan Lyons singled to left, Corona scored. They ruled it that he scored because of an error on the play, not because it was an RBI double. And then bottom half of the 11th, the Bluefish tied it. 2-2, swung on and missed for strike 3. The tag applied by Morales, so Matt Soren strikes out Andres Rodriguez, second time that Rodriguez has struck out tonight. 13th strikeout for Ducks game. There's 1 out here in the bottom half of the 14th. Carmine Giardina now on the left field line. Giardina and DeJulio Jr. are the only 2 relievers left for the Ducks. As for the Bluefish, Baker, a lefty. Darren Bird, a right. As the first pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner. And Corey righty. So Bridgeport has left. The Ducks have 2. Ducks have 2 bench players. Bridgeport has 1. John Alonso is the batter. He has struck out 5 times tonight. And here he takes outside for a ball. I believe the count is 1-1. They were late getting it up on the scoreboard. Infield shifted around here for Alonso. The 1-1 from Soren. Swung center field. Long run over for the center fielder Redmond. He won't. And drops in for a base hit. Second hit of the ball game at bats for Alonso. To go along with those 5 strikeouts, and Bridgeport's 15th hit of the game puts the winning run at first with 1 out. And that'll bring up Wellington Dotel.
Right fielder number 19, Wellington Dotel.
If it seems as though I am bored here in the broadcast booth, that's not the case. The voice is just starting to go a little bit after broadcasting 14 innings here tonight, and after the 2 games the last 2 days. First pitch to Dotel, fastball, missed up and inside for ball 1. And then again, these 2 teams will meet again next week at Bethpage Ballpark. And Thursday, the Ducks will have 4 games in 3 days against Lancaster. And then a much-needed off day for the Ducks on Monday, though they just had one this past Monday. 1-0, swing and a miss. Good fastball from Soren over the outside corner. The count 1-1. Native on the mound, former University of Delaware product. Dotel asking for time at home plate as Soren got set on the mound. Alonso leads at first with 1 out. 6-6 ball game. Bottom half of the 14th inning. 1-1 pitch. Dotel swings, lines it into right field. Brian Sabatella's going to have to play it on a hop. He had him played defense. So a base hit for Dotel his night in 7 at-bats. And the Bluefish now with runners at second, only 1 out. And that'll bring up Ryan Babineau.
Catcher number 12, Ryan Babineau.
Who is going to come away with this one? The Bluefish have the winning run at second with 1 out. And Ryan Babineau stepping up to the plate. He is 1 for 6 on the night. The 1 hit was an RBI single all the way back in the 2nd inning, which almost seems at this point like it was yesterday. First pitch, fastball, misses up and inside for ball 1 by Soren. Babineau has struck out 3 times, including each of his last, 1 in the 10th and 1 in the 12th. Alonso, the winning run at second, singled with Soren to center. The 1-0 ball to the left side. Cody Puckett fields on the short hop. He goes to second 1. The turn to gets past Griffin. Around third comes Alonso. He will score. And the Bluefish in the 14th inning win it 7-6. on a throwaway at first base by Ducks second baseman Reggie Corona. It looked as though the Ducks had made a ball double play to get them out of the inning, but the second of this game for the Ducks has now won it for Bridgeport, and another heartbreaker for they lose their fourth straight game, and Bridgeport sweeps the Ducks here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Don't go anywhere. Post-game shows coming up next. We'll recap this one and hand out the Nico Lock Player of the Game.
Hey fans, this is left-handed pitcher Carmine Giardina, and you're listening to baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
The results are in. PSEG Long Island is 9.9% reliability. We got there equipment and clearing trees along power lines across our area. Outage management system will continue to ensure improved and faster restoration. 99.9% reliable. We're serving you better. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.psegliny.com/reliability.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today. App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you where Lock to. Well, on a night where the Ducks just couldn't get any breaks to go their way, the last play of the game, which would have sent us to the 15th inning, another bad error by the Ducks. It would have been an inning-ending double play, but Reggie Corona's throw to first is low. It scoots away from the first baseman, John Griffin. John Alonzo scores from second on the play, and the Bridgeport Bluefish win it 7-6 and sweep the Ducks here in this series. So we'll recap this game for you, a game in which the Ducks 5-0 lead and looked poised to take the final game home on a high note. They scored 2 runs in the first inning against Scott Maine as Sabatello walked, Redmond singled, and both moved on a double steal. Lou Ford ground out to short. Sabatello, 2 batters later, John Griffin, an RBI doubled to center, and the Ducks had a 2-0 lead after 1. In the second inning, Long Island would get 3 more runs on the scoreboard. Corona led off the inning with a double to left, and after a strikeout, Brian Sabatello followed with an RBI single to left. That made it 3-0. A fielder's choice grounded into by Prentice Redmond after a Sabatello stolen base, put a runner at first with 2 out. However, Lou Ford followed with an RBI double to left center. Cody Puckett did an RBI single to left that went off baseman Burrows. So 3 runs in the second inning, 6 hits, 5 runs through the first 2. The Ducks had a commanding lead, or so they thought. Ian Marshall in the second inning allowed back-to-back 2-out hits along with a stolen base by Dotel, and that made it a 5-1 game. In the third inning, with one out, Nick Van Stratton singled to center, stole second base, and after a flyout from Burrows, came home with an RBI single to right by James Simmons, and that made it a 5-2 contest. Fast forward to the 5th inning, and Marshall allowed a leadoff single to Luis Rodriguez, who was sacrificed over to second base. He was at first. Rodriguez on a wild pitch moved to second base. Ildemaro Vargas struck out. Nick Van Stratton then drew a walk. Sean Burrows followed with an right. James Simmons' a sacrifice fly to center. 2 more runs. All of a sudden, we had a 1-run game at 5-4. Ian Marshall was done. Bruce Kern threw a 1-2-3 6th inning, but in Leo Diaz came in to pitch, gave up a leadoff single to Luis Rodriguez, and moved Rodriguez to second, and Nick Van Stratton moved him to third. Sean Burrows was then intentionally walked, and with pinch hitter, or with at the plate at that point, he had come in for a defensive replacement of James Simmons. With 2 strikes and 2 outs, throws a wild pitch off the glove of Jose Morales. It plates a run, and just like that, the Bluefish had tied the game at 5. The Ducks offense went missing from the 3rd inning through the 10th inning, as they did not pick up a single hit through that span against the Bluefish starters Scott Maine and then the bullpen. And so we went all the way to the 11th inning, still tied up at 5 apiece after the ball got out of a jam in the 9th inning with a runner at second and only 1 out. In the 11th inning, Cushmal, again, we 10th inning after allowing a walk and a single, out of trouble by inducing a double play and a strikeout. And in the out, Regi Corona singled to right. Dan Lyons singled to left. Corona went from first to third on the play and then scored when the left Jovan Rosa at the time booted the ball. So a run scored, and the Ducks had taken a 6-5 lead. However, they could not get an insurance run, and that really hurt them because in the bottom of the 11th, Luis Rodriguez led off the inning, popped a fly ball down the left field line. Evan Crawford overran it, and then when he went to make the catch, dropped the baseball. And so a runner was at second base with nobody out. Ildemaro Vargas followed with an RBI double to left to plate the run. The Bluefish tied the score back up at 6. However, Bridgeport would load the out, and again, Cushmal got out of trouble in first choice ground out to get the force at home, and then a double play ball to get out of the inning. The Ducks got the leadoff man on and got Puckett to third on 2 wild pitches. However, they could not get the winning run home as Griffin fly to right, Morales struck out, and Kamatsu fly to center. And in the 13th inning, the Ducks got the leadoff man on again on a single by Corona, sacrificed him to second, but Sabatello grounded back to the mound. Redmond struck out looking, and that ended that threat. So we fast forward all the way to the bottom of the 14th inning after the Ducks got 2 good innings of relief out of Tommy Organ. Matt Soren came on, gave up a 1-out single to John Alonzo, a single to Dotel, and then Ryan Babineau hit a ground ball to third. That would have been a 5-4-3 double play to get out of the inning. However, on the play, Regi Corona's throw to first on the turn was low past the first baseman John Griffin. Alonzo came chugging around third, was able to score on the play on the error. And the Ducks fell tonight 7-6 in 14 innings and are swept here in Bridgeport. The final totals, 7 runs, 15 errors for Bridgeport, who left 13 men on base but pick up the win. 6 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Ducks, who left 11 on base. The win, Sam Gervasio with an inning and 2/3 of perfect relief and 1. The loser is Matt Soren, who drops to 0-1 on the year. No save. The game took 4 hours and 24 minutes in front of 2,378 here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Tonight's player of the game is going to go to Luis Rodriguez of the Bridgeport Bluefish. Had 4 hits and 6 at-bats, 3 runs scored, and ended up being the first guy to reach in the 11th to tie the game. So he is our player of the game as the Bluefish win 7-6. We'll take one final look at the out-of-town before we wrap things up here tonight. One final was the Revolution 5-2 winners over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Sean Hill 1-1. Matt Packer, the loss, dropped to 2-1. Picked up his first save of the year. Salvador Paniagua with 2 RBIs. Blue Crabs a 5-1 winner over the River Sharks down in Southern Maryland in a game that was a 7-inning game. Gabriel Hernandez, the win, improved to 2-1. Ryan Kulik, the loss, fell to 1-1. Jeremy Barfield, his 3rd homer of the year for Camden. And Gustavo Molina had 2 home runs, his 2nd and 3rd for the Blue Crabs. And in Sugarland tonight, it was the Patriots 7-1 winners over the Skeeters. Mickey Story, the win, improves to 2-0, while Dan Meadows suffers the loss to fall to 0-3. Robert Andino had the only home run first of the year for Somerset. Yankees were winners at Yankees 3 over the Baltimore Orioles. The winning pitcher, Ethan Iovaldi, who improves to 3-0. Chris Tillman, the loss, fell to 2. Miller picked up his 12th save of the year. Rodriguez hit his 7th home run, 661st all-time, which moves him past Will place on the all-time list. Jimmy Paredes, his 4th home run. Caleb Joseph, his 3rd for the Orioles. So that does it for the scoreboard. As for tomorrow, the Ducks will return home. They will face the Lancaster Barnstormers in the first of 4 games in 3 days at Bethpage Ballpark. Left-hander Eric Neeson will start for the Ducks, and the Ducks are going to need length out of him after having to use 7 relievers here tonight. Chucky Fick, the right-hander, will be the starter for Lancaster. As the Ducks try and get back on the winning track, they have now dropped 4 here and are in need of a win tomorrow night. That's going to do it for us here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard tonight. In 14 long innings, it was the Bluefish 7, the Long Island. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow night when the Ducks and the open the 4-game series at Bethpage Ball. Pre-game show is going to begin at 6:50. First pitch at 7:05. You can follow all the action flagship radio station 103.9 FM, LI News Radio, and online at liducks.com. We'll have live streaming video and audio on the Ducks official YouTube channel. My name is Michael Pollack. Thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the night. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Have a great rest of your Thursday night. We'll do it all over again on Friday from Bethpage Ballpark. Good night and so long.